Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Did you know that over 80% of SAP projects face issues due to poor system monitoring and integration? That's where SAP Solution Manager makes a big difference. Today, we're introducing the SAP S HANA Solution Manager 7.2 SPS15 training. SAP Solution Manager, or Solman, is a central tool used to manage the full life cycle of your SAP solutions. From implementation to operation, it supports over 300,000 SAP users globally and is utilized by thousands of businesses to enhance project success, minimize downtime, and streamline testing and monitoring. More than 70% of SAP customers rely on it for managing system landscapes. This tool helps teams ensure quality, control, and speed in SAP environments. It brings real-time insights, better collaboration between IT and business, and reduces project risks. With growing digital transformation, skills in Solution Manager are in high demand. In this course, we'll walk you through its tools, including real-time dashboards, test automation, and change control, and show you how to apply them to real projects. Let's dive in.
And then we are starting with the introduction part, and that will cover a little more about the Solution Manager 7.2 overview, what has been done so far, and little background about this. Gradually, we will move forward to the deep dive into the functionalities and configuration of it. So yeah, I was talking about this particular page, and this is the disclaimer that whatever the content and things which are displayed over here is content from ZaranTech, and they have a disclaimer. We have put this forward that the sharing and then any further reproduce or something and stuff like that has to be avoided by this disclaimer. Yeah, so into this particular module, which we can call them as a Solution Manager overview and understanding. So under this module, we have multiple topics, like 1 to 5 topics probably. So under each topic, we will walk through how the Solution Manager, where it is right now, and what are the future directions and all those stuff. Okay. So this under module 1, topic 1, we will be covering the brief overview about the Solution Manager and the crux and the core competence of the Solution Manager on which it is built for and it is being used for, which is ALM, right? Application Lifecycle Management. Then we will also get to see a little briefly, before going into, anyways, we will have a deep dive sessions later on. But yeah, under this, agenda is like what are different processes, formulation, and stuff like that. Then maintenance information, like what is the support, what is the future roadmap from SAP. Many of you might already know, like we hardly have how many, 4 to 7 years with the extended supports and all. So we will talk about little understanding on that, where it is right now and how does it look like. Then we'll try to understand what are the usage rights, like who all can use the Solution Manager product as part of their SAP support landscape. And the two more interesting things, and which are everybody is looking forward for, and many of the customers and organizations are already using them as a focused build and focused insights, which is nothing but a dashboard. Along with the focused build is something which we will be talking about. What are the different life cycle of any product software development, and then how SAP Solution Manager supports them. Single point of entry, and then all of those different phases of our life cycle of those development products, how they are tightly integrated. So we will also see about that. And this is buzzwords in the market, and people have started using this. So these are more of the free of cost things which comes with usage rights. And lastly, we will touch upon the SAP Cloud ALM, which is many organizations and customers tempting, and they are augmenting their existing setup on premise, and how the whole ALM part can be migrated, which is the last fag and discovery for everyone nowadays. So it's like lift and shift, right? So they are very skeptical about this particular topic, and they are getting more exposure. SAP is conducting more and more different ways of, as a part of their sessions, guided procedures and stuff like that. And SAP is emphasizing on that everybody should move into HANA. And if you have to move to the SAP Cloud ALM, then probably, you have to have moved to the HANA. And that's the whole gamut of commercial aspects as well. So we understand that. Okay, so this is the overview of this topic one introduction part, and let's quickly move into that. So under this overview, this is not everything which is included, but yeah, these are the major things that we will focusing, deep diving, and in terms of configuration, customizing, start to end, and then see as a support person, how does it look like as an implementation project if somebody is involved or associated with. And at the same time, what if everybody doesn't get the chance to be associated with the implementation unless they have some experience? Few of us are already having, kind of mid-level, high-level experience here, and they can definitely vouch for many implementation or migration which are underway across the globe. So these are the main topics. So the first thing that we are right now covering is the solution manager overview. And then we will, talk about a little bit of what all are master data involved here, system data, master data, in terms of the configuration and all the modules. So we will check to see all these master data part, like SLD, all those landscape data when you are connecting to solution manager. And then we'll move towards the configuration, and what are all the basic configuration. Many of you might have already know and done that. But yeah, as a part of for everyone on the same page and same level, we will walk through the configuration part and how does it look like, what are the different aspects of that, and what are the tips and tricks in between. And then there are many things which are required as a patching and notes and stuff like that. So this is we'll see about that. Project management is something which is the foundation, because anything that you work with, that's you have to define some solutions, and then documentation and the project, whether it is support or maintenance or something. So any other functional module like charm or ITSM or some quality gate management, everything will utilize these basic customizing settings and all. So you have to have these particular setup. Then ITSM is again is something I think the many customers are not interested, not using them as a part of the solution manager center functionalities. But they have a better third parties, ticketing tools and integration. They have open-ended integration to any SAP products, and they are more flexible and things and stuff like that. So, but then, yeah, we will see end-to-end service desk, kind of setup. And so quality gate is again the change management control, then change request management, and process management is something which is process management, and where is that the business process operations. These are the main focus that keep evolving over the time, right from 7.x solution manager till 7.2, and then with different SP level, they have a different level of functionalities introduced into that. So we will also touch upon and do deep dive into the system monitoring, including a technical and BPMon and TechMon. So MIA alerting and monitoring infrastructure and alerting. And then we will also do all these what all templates for the technical monitoring and business process, which is coming up big way. We will see and touch on that. So, and then we will also try to have some kind of hands-on onto the focused insights and the dashboards. As you know, we will get to into exposure of those studios and development and the reporting, and there are many tactical, strategic, and control center dashboards which are associated with that. And we will also check to see like what are all the in terms of installation and upgrades if needed, what are the things and preparation, and what are the steps that we follow. Probably as a part of this training and module and session, we might not have much more hands-on session because we are limited. But then we will have understanding of what are the things and lesson learned. That is important because nowadays this is a quite wide open topic. You will get lots of sources, materials, and stuff like that. But we will get into a little bit of customized understanding around this particular topic. And apart from that, in terms of monitoring, we have some kind of thing. We will also discuss about the customer profile, and then early watch alerts and all those stuff. There are a lot of other functionalities which is part of the depend on the usage, right? Like standard product support or enterprise support. We have a lot other modules like test suite is there, then custom code, the enterprise and delivery dashboards and stuff like that. But we will try. These are the main focus, but we'll see apart from this how much we can leverage and derive given the pace and time. All right. So anybody has any questions so far? No. Okay. All right. So let's quickly talk about the overview of the solution manager, and maybe many of you who have already walked through and are part of that, working through that, you might have seen all these things. But I would say like keep your ideas and things and wait for the time to come up. But so there are many of us right here who is just starting, who does not have seen and gone through it, but they would love to, and they might interest these particular topics and content and stuff. So please be patient with me on that. So like if you say solution manager, initially it was introduced as it comes with the business suites ERP solutions that is provided as a part of contract, and it's free to use. It doesn't cost you anything. But the whole intention initially was to, you can visualize your IT landscape through this as a kind of technical perspective, IT. So it is more focused on IT project, not as a business, what is happening inside the business. Initially, they didn't have any idea, but at least it can allow you to integrate all your SAP, non-SAP applications which are running. And if you do not have a control, you have thousands of applications running in your landscape. And there are maintenance costs involved, right? So you need a support group of 10 people who can, do the monitoring part. Forget about the support and maintenance and stuff. But in fact, the monitoring also in a large project, if you go, there are a dedicated team, like a monitoring team, then break fix team, and then a little bit of, whether enhancements or configuration and development changes are required. But then it was a big challenge initially that logging into those many systems and getting the metrics out of them, how it is behaving, what is all the processes and the file system and the size and stuff, whether many of the nodes and services are down. It's very challenging and cumbersome many a time. So that actually assimilated the whole prospects you can configure into one kind of hub, you can say a factory, where you can visualize everything sitting there as a one, getting into one room, and then you can have a view of your whole IT technical landscape systems. So, and then you can, also, do lots of innovations within your landscape and business process areas wherein you can, you know, enhance the functionalities, gather the requirements, then many things if you see that are happening and taking time, ready to use right from the build to deploy, you can automate many things and you can improve the overall entire system landscape. So obviously this is the cost effective solutions that was introduced. And so the with the advent of this solution manager 7.2, so the whole paradigm shifted from IT perspective to business. And that's where the more and more values are the customer nowadays are getting benefited out of these. So because end of the day, if business, who is using IT, right? So we are in the back office, right? A backbone. We are just supporting the business. Any organization top entity is the business. Their mission critical applications which are running and catering to different, in the market. And so different organization wise, sector wise, be it medical or kind of life sciences or financial or whatever it is. They all are running their systems on ERP system, SAP system, but end of the day, they want to visualize, they want to, enhance the efficiency of the overall end-to-end process and then get the benefit out of it. So we are just the support organization to the business, nothing more than that. So the main focus, the paradigm shift with the Solution Manager 7.2 is from IT to business. Until very recently, until way back in 2016, you can say, that's when the Solution Manager was introduced and 7.2. And before that, it was more of the IT landscape management. That's it, technical stuff. And the IT cost and spending and the support of those things. We have a little less overhead on the budgetary and maintenance support side, but yeah, it is not much of organization level useful entity. So it was a CIO material, but not CEO material. So nowadays they are now path breaking into the, trying to reach out to CEO of any organization and, challenging them that you can visualize your businesses and you can derive the core values and the benefits and foresee where you are heading to. So yeah, it's good that this has moved to somewhere else, but again, there is a stop which is coming up like 2027 is the mainstream support, and then 23 years of, still if you are using certain things, focused run, focused build, then probably they will extend you further on that. But afterwards, what will happen, nobody knows. But yeah, what would be the life of this particular innovations and technology which has been there since last 8 years and further 7 to 8 years, I don't know whether they will put it, but yeah, definitely they may come up with some other technology and support things, but for us at least we are going to see another age of a period of this product doing kind of championship in the market. So for sure it's going to be heard of that all the IT organizations who are running their businesses on SAP. So yeah, so this particular solution manager, you can connect to the on-premise systems that you have. You can go into the hybrid mode, kind of on-premise plus cloud-based application or systems technology. It can fully integrate with the cloud solutions which are there, all those satellite system and remote systems which are there. So it gives kind of flexibility that, okay, somebody is not saying that, hey, you have to lift and shift whole on-premise application into the cloud and then only I'll support. That's not the case, and that would be a bit challenging for them as well. But they are being very soft in that sense. They understand the customer pulse and they know we cannot pressurize them. But yeah, over the time, they have been pressurizing, right? That the people started moving who are into the mainstream support contract with SAP. So that was mandated, and you have to leave behind with the 7.1 version and then move to 7.2, either on HANA or non-HANA. That is your choice. But gradually, right now, it is being used as a on-premise ALM functionalities, but then if you have to move, then you will have to use the cloud ALM given by the SAP, which is very much integrated, robust, and kind of business values. So yeah, so it is a kind of mix and match, and the control and flexibilities and everything is given to the customer, and who is deriving and managing it. So any questions here? You can stop me in between if you would like to add something, and somewhere it is in point of discussion and all. So maybe this is the initial phase, and then probably I'm kind of person who would not like monologue, but yeah, I would be happy and more glad if the things happens in a dialogue mode. So
actually, I have a question. So
yes,
can
please.
you give an introduction of yourself, because I don't see any introduction.
Oh yeah, I initially yeah, okay. So sorry about that. You should have brought in there. I thought like, okay, my profile and all was shared already, but then yeah. So yeah, I have been into this SAP field for last 16 years. And I started working as, SAP basis support person. And then that's where I was introduced to Solution Manager 4.0. And then my journey started with, other core basis modules support. And then gradually moved into the implementation projects. And the SAP Solution Manager was my primary focus, along with other technology which came into my ways. I grabbed them and then started learning over there and supported as well. But yeah, I never wanted to, leave away with the solution manager. So that was one of my, primary lookout while being associated with any organization. So from 4.0, then I get the chance to work on organization, which is a medical organization, and I got to work on 7.0 version from there. And then it was did the migration upgrade from 7.0 to 7.1. And then lastly was involved with 7.1 to 7. Upgrades, where I was I was driving the whole effort, that implementation. And it was both a kind of non-HANA and and one of them were the HANA as well. So yeah, apart from this solution manager, I have been into, when you are into basis, you get to, depending on the project size, support scope wise, you get to be a part of multiple team where you are doing basis, security, and all those stuff. So I carried forward with basis, then did security, and then all those GRC and stuff which came into later on. So again, the GRC module was, I started working from way back, and when compliance calibrator was there, version RTAs and all. So apart from the other topics, I have been associated with SAP Solution Manager, the support, maintenance, patching, upgrades, version upgrades, SPS upgrades, and all those stuff. And within these span of 16 years of my SAP stint and background, I got the chance to work with multiple organization, IT organization, and then supported customer in various different verticals. You can say the manufacturing, then medical science, then the oil and gases, and the petroleum company, British, UK based British Petroleum. And then there are other retail organizations where there are USA-based many organizations that I got the chance to work with, and yeah, so that's includes a little high level background about my technical experience. And all right, so is that good to move forward? Any
Yeah,
questions?
nothing from my side.
All right, sure, thanks. So yeah, let's quickly understand. Like we will be talking through many repetitive terminology, topology about this solution manager, and you will see kind of topics and different functionalities many a times that will be over the time repeated. And that is good ways to get familiar with this particular, product if somebody has not get the exposure to work on and be a part of or associated with. It is good to be introduced with these terminology and topology and all those stuff like that. So we already seen so this is the crux and this is the core of the solution manager functionalities and building blocks. So ITSM is something that you do, end user, if they have some issues in the application or something, directly they can create an incident, request, or problem or whatever, whatnot, and then the support team works on that, and that's where you put that in the request for change. We have break fix or normal urgent changes or something like that. That's where the charm and things and come into play here. And other thing is that major release, like implementation project that you are doing. So right from the business blueprinting and requirements, portfolios and project, whatever are there, whatever the day-to-day activities that you do in your as a part of project management academy or portfolio that you do it. Everything is integrated here, automated, and you have a very beautiful ways of navigation, search, and the hierarchy and the dependencies are derived and defined into this particular functionalities of solution manager. The best thing is that nowadays this is the single source of truth. So this is the new terminology being used, like I just solution manager 7.2. You can call it a single source of truth of your whole IT plus business environment, whatever it is there, be it different SAP business functional module, application modules, processes, or interface, whatnot. So you can visualize, you can monitor, you can do the maintenance work, everything right here in the solution manager. Apart from that, you can support your implementation project and stuff as well. So what we earlier also in the very old school, just run SAP like a factory. That's the old school also, and build SAP like a factory. Focused build is something which is coming like a new things which has been part of this innovation. Earlier, we used to say like it's a IT, so run as a factory. You have many, stations in one factory wherein you can have a integrated, nodal agencies, and then everything is working hand to hand. And those nodal points or agencies are nothing but your remote systems, satellite systems, and that's where you can say as a run SAP like a factory. Here you have all these process monitoring, business process, and technical system monitoring, and all those stuff. And of course, this is part of the core ALM functionalities, which is like you design, build, test, release, deploy, all those modules which are a part of ALM. So earlier, until the old modules was like something, a very traditional approach for this software development or changes or as a part of project implementation. But now everything is moving from classical approach to the focused. The people are moving into the agile, right? Being agile. So they have incorporated these particular concepts here as well. And that's where they're saying you can build a SAP like a factory as well. Okay. So we will have more understanding when we go into the module, individual topics under each of these particular sessions. So for this overview introductory part, just try to digest terminology, what all are there, so that you will see the repeat terminology. So you will get more and more familiar with that, whoever is not exposed to. But for some of you, it might be, boring to see the same thing again and again. So, okay. All right. So if nobody has any questions from this, I'll move along. And yeah, so we were talking about the core of the application lifecycle management, ALM, right? So one of the uses, right, of the ALM is SAP Solution Manager, and all of these are which are coming a part of that. The portfolios of ALM is one of the portfolios is SAP Solution Manager.
Hey there! Want to get good at managing SAP systems? Our SAP Solution Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Solution Manager. It's like a smart helper for keeping your SAP setup running smoothly and safely. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tools. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been working in SAP for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Solution Manager Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Wherein the core fundamental principles of lifecycle management sets, and then on top of it, Solution Manager, different components and business process and functionalities, applications grouped into that. So we'll check to see that how it works on that. So ALM, like if you do some programming, right? So that goes through. What does it happen for those who are new to this particular subject? So you get the requirements, and then you get to, derive the requirements into your technical understanding, technical documents, and then you start building. Okay. And you first, put the layouts that, how the visualization and things will be. So you design the whole architecture or whatever the application, that how it look like. And then you start building and testing, and then, do the kind of deploy. Then once it is deployed, then you start operating, utilizing them into the business community or users and whatever the end users. And then, gradually, if you see there's some scope of room of improvement, then you again, optimize them and then come back and then again start with the new requirements for the optimization improvement, then again design, incorporate those changes, and it's kind of continuous improvements. So these are the typical, very traditional, 6 phases of application lifecycle management. So whatever the entire end-to-end, the program or IT and software development that you do. So these are the, major broad categories or phases, you can say, which comes under the application lifecycle management. So I'll not get into much into that, because we will come to know about a little more as we move forward. So, and yeah, as a part of the support thing also, right? Many of you are into it very long time. So you see the business community gives you the requirements that, hey, I need this functionality to be enhanced. Then, you come back to the support team and then design, and then they do the developers, SAP developers, the ABAPers, they do some kind of, coding, and then do the testing, testers do the testing. Then this is where it comes in the deployment, right? You transfer the changes. So our role and things comes as a kind of, we move the changes, right? We do the transports management, and that's where you move the changes from when it is ready for, after testing and validation and things and stuff, everything is done, then we get the approval and then get the movements done from here. And we leave it for the user community for their operation, and we support them. So these are the typical 6 phases. And remember that: requirements, design, build and test, deploy, operate, and optimize. This is any where on this planet, in the world, any organization you go, this is not going to change, and that these phases will remain. And this is the core application phases and competency of any IT application that you develop. This is the life cycle. So it starts and finish and then again starts. So it goes like that. All right. So now moving to the solution manager processes. So this recently, so the old school was that they have some IT oriented processes and again stuff to do in solution manager, but now their ALM approach and overall lifecycle development and management has moved from their traditional or classical approach to the agile. So their methodology and the processes, everything is now based on the agile. So that's again, manages all your business requirements, right? And then design, development, quality, then testing, moving, deploy, and afterwards you do the monitoring and alerting, changes, projects, upgrades, release. So everything is included there. So all the SAP customers are entitled to use the processes in SAP Solution Manager to support their ongoing projects or support their implementation project throughout the entire, maintenance of that particular software or technology as a part of their support engagement with SAP or contracts with SAP. So there you as you know, there are two kinds of supports, right? Standard supports or enterprise supports. So there are certain limitations. So enterprise, the organization, large organization who with SAP as a enterprise support contract, they have more functionalities enabled. But then there are certain functionalities which is common to both, the basic functionalities common to both standard support as well as enterprise support. So like if you ask like what is the difference between these two, so it is in terms of like ongoing maintenance and support is like every organization that get when you get the ERP suite, purchase and licensing. So you get standard product support wherein you keep your business operations running, maintain your business IT landscape, maintain and keep running it. It's just like reactive support, right? And enterprise support, they have a proactive support. They work with you as a customer, as a partner, and they do some due diligence within your organization, and they define the path forward, provide you the roadmaps, and helps supports bring your uplift, enhance. So yeah, they are part of your journey of your IT roadmap, but yeah, that's the major difference you can say, the standard support and enterprise support. But yeah, we will get to see like what are the other, there are few functionalities of solution manager depending on enterprise versus standard support that you will get to know. So as I was telling that this 6 phases, right? Requirements, design, build and test, deploy, operate and optimize. These are the core ALM phases. So solution manager is sitting there, and then there is a layer of this ALM. And then this is the layer of solution manager of each processes, which in turn are in line with these and supporting these ALM core lifecycle management processes. So if you pick up anything, say for example, you are doing upgrade management. So, okay, you do the requirements, then do the design, and then, prepare your landscape. So this follows the core application lifecycle management, phases, any of these solution manager processes. So here you get to see like, again, you'll see like a solution documentation. If many of you, as you said, like you are part of the implementation project, and if you have seen it, so you do lots of documentation, business blueprinting, and then all those, requirements gathering, gap analysis, all those things that you do. And then there are lots of processes, module-wise processes, documentation. So this is the one areas of solution manager of processes where you do all these things. And solution implementation, again, you have a different solutions. What solutions you are using as a part of the, it's kind of major or minor, depending on the different release versions and all. So likewise, so we will get to see when we get into the system all these modules. So for the time being, you can just digest it if you're not familiar with these, terminology or topology. Template managements, like if they have given you already ready-made template to be used, you just copy to your namespace and start using them. The test management suite, all the test lifecycle, starting from creation, test cases, and recording the results, all those things. There's a suite for that. Change control, right from beta maintenance project, implementation project. The change control is where you have two modules here, quality gate management and then charm, change request management. Service desk is another module which is integrated tightly with this change management and control. Application operations, you have lots of, application you can build and design and then monitor them, document them. Business process operations. So this is process management and business process. All these things are very high-end values which are being invented or as kind of innovations and bringing values to many of the customers nowadays. They have a future forward roadmap to further enhance on these. So maintenance management or strategies, so you do the regular maintenance of your systems, many systems, be it ECC, CRM, BW, your financial systems, n number of systems. And you do maintenance of those, patching, upgrades, and everything, or whatever is through this particular module of Solution Manager. Upgrade is there, so so landscape transformation is there. So if you are transforming and doing some migration and stuff, that also supports the Solution Manager functionalities. So the gist of saying is that the core ALM competency or application is very much, grouped into these business processes of Solution Manager, and they work on those foundations or phases of application lifecycle management. Yeah, so quickly I'll go through what are all different, processes of Solution Manager that we have already seen here. So this is a kind of, again, repeat. You can find this on the Solution Help website of SAP. So, and all these are nowadays is a part of agile application lifecycle. So, this is a new terminology, and then kind of like you are focused. What you call in general terminology as agile practice is something whether you have a very dedicated team who are working on a certain duration on certain product developments and all. So this is a good thing that they are coming up and matching with the requirements, future requirements, and the customer asks and need. So yeah, quickly. So maybe you have seen here already different functional, business processes. Solution Manager processes of what all different modules are there. So quickly, like application, you have seen data volume is another new one, change control, you have custom code. Custom code is something, again, which is a part of the enterprise contracts, not with the SAP standard support, landscape management, process management, project management. Test suite is, again, part of enterprise support contract. There are cross topics, focus build and focus insight. So this is common to, again, this has been added to Solution Manager 7.2, and this is available to both of the contract types and without any cost. So, all right. So here, let's have a quick maintenance information that you see nowadays. Focus build plus focus insights and Solution Manager 7.2. Three things are together as a package. So we'll get to see there are different, add-ons available for these functionalities to work with the solution 7.2. So you install those add-ons, then you start using these functionalities and all. So there are different components of Solution Manager, basis components. So here you see maintenance approach. They follows the SAP, Business Suite 7, and mainstream support is available until 2027. And customer who choose the optional extended maintenance for SAP Business Suite 7 until end of 2030 will receive their extension. So depending on this goes with solution manager usage contracts or rights goes with your business suites extension. Otherwise, as a standard contract supports, they are available until 2027. What's going to happen after that, we don't know. So they may come up with some other innovations and, start doing some, move everything in a blink to the cloud. So here you say, then what it does say, like extended maintenance only includes requirements management. Okay, so there is a part of there are certain business processes, and that's where the extended maintenance is required to use until 2030. So project management, process management, test suite, change control, ITSM, and landscape management. But there are some notes given. You can further check, and this is available on SAP, help things so that you can check. I just pick up from there. So as we were initially discussing about the usage rights of Solution Manager, so Solution Manager is delivered as part of your support contract. We already talked about that. And they grants you, depending on the contract type, standard support or enterprise support, you can leverage those functionalities. So even with the standard support, I have seen majority of your things are utilized. So I have seen, these particular things. It's a big elephant, right? So you hardly use a small functionality of these. I have seen organizations who are just using one or two of the modules like Charmage, which is very much, audit compliant. And that's where people, started loving it, implementing, and then that was of interest. But apart from then, there are major other things because that needs spending as well, right? So the thing is that you have to put those things into the project and efforts, and then you have to implement those functionalities, work with the business and different stakeholders. So that requires budget and efforts as well. So that's why even you have your already parallel solutions available within your landscape outside Solution Manager, then why would you again, reinvent the whole things and then put that there? So that's where it was of not much interest, hardly very, very less utilized and used and customer interest. But nowadays that have started picking up, and there are certain really the part and, the solutions or functionality which is part of it and being delivered as a business value. So that's where it comes like worth investing into these. So yeah, so this is the usage right on high level. And so we'll briefly talk about this focus build and focus insight, which is new module type kind of things here. So focus build is nothing but a ready to run and integrated tool. And all those methodology of the software development they have followed, wherein you have change control, you have release management, or you have, different phases like cycles. And it follows again, the agile practice and projects. This is more useful for the large scale projects and very complex environment. So the rest of the underlying core phases, steps, and you can say the processes remain the same, but it is very, integrated and connected tool. So you do the process mapping, then, solution documentation, design documents, then build the test cases, and then, put that into the packages, plan, build the test plan. So you have all these different kind of project managements and all. So the best thing is that you can visualize where are you right now in this particular zone, in the project management area and in any application module that are part of this. So it's kind of giving you, one dashboards, and there you can see your focus build dashboards and see how the metrics, how the any project efforts which are going on, you can visualize them. So that's something of interesting, because there are hundreds of people are working in different modules, different part of the project and the team, and you cannot go to each of them and ask them, hey, what is the status? So it's a very cumbersome task, and then very complex things to manage as a project management. That's where it comes into play, and then it helps you visualize, see the dashboard metrics and how much is completed. You have all those kind of, the traffic and signals and lights, so that you can take a proactive, kind of steps. You and plug and play. You can remove from here and put it there. So yeah, it works great in that sense, and it brings values and adds values to your whole software, development or project implementation. So this came in, as you said, right, this was in 2020 with no additional cost. So yeah, so this is something which is, again, we will be doing. We will be getting to know what are all dashboards, the operational dashboards, then overall control center, service level. If any incidents, you are using ITSM, then you can see what are the incidents, service level, if there are any missing SLAs or something like that. But even if you have some other non third party ticketing tool, that you can also integrate them and make you utilize them and configure and derive dashboards, utilize the dashboards and metrics for that. And this also gives a little higher level of views for management purposes as well. So like executive, some views of your IT landscape that might be interesting for your CIOs who's running the organization IT, plus from the business side as well. So yeah, so a little bit of about the cloud ALM. These are, which is hot topic, and people are still measuring this migration, and they are still getting aware of the nitties and gritties and pros and cons and all those stuff. They know that they will have to, you will have to go on, but there are many customers which are still not moving on-premise HANA. So forget about the cloud part. So this is a strategic, approach or steps from SAP towards cloud, moving together with HANA. So it's a kind of bindings for the customers that you have to leave behind your on-prem things and then move it to your utilize the cloud ALM on HANA based. So yeah, again, you have the whole thing by agile practice and then step-by-step implementation support entire life cycle on HANA Cloud to all of your SAP products, whatever is there in your entire IT landscape. And then they will provide you with that. Okay, these are again freebies, but then again, it might not interest the customer perspective. And because this IT transformation is a big challenge right now. So the people and customer, they don't want change. And that's where they are pushing in many fronts, in many areas. And their kind of objective was way back, many years back, to move into HANA space, but that's not the true picture right now. So yeah, SAP Cloud Lifecycle ALM for customer who into the contracts, they can leverage these functionalities. They can leverage these things. They have put in lots of efforts in terms of trainings, workshops, or be it whatever their events, SAP events, which are happening yearly. So they are putting lots and lots of posts and also providing some kind of, attractions, making as a blend and then putting as a, combined package so that you can migrate and the whole things from your on prime to your cloud and on HANA, from traditional database to SAP HANA and cloud. That's again SAP cloud. So, but again, there are competitors in the market, and when you have choices, options. So again, you have to, kind of pick and choose and decide what is best for your organization. You can be in the hybrid mode. You can be in the, on-prem also. I have seen many customers who are not into the SAP support. They are still running their things and without HANA because of the pressures and the kind of push from SAP that, hey, you are going out of the support and you have to migrate your system to NetWeaver's 7.4 to whatever 7.5, or you have to move your database or do the OS transformation on whatever you are doing right now. You have to do another one. So many organizations got disconnected from the SAP supports. They are doing their own, or maybe some third parties or something like that.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which component is responsible for technical monitoring in Solution Manager 7.2? Option A, Business Process Monitoring. Option B, Technical Monitoring. Option C, Change Request Management. Option D, Test Suite. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing SAP systems? Our SAP Solution Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Solution Manager. It's like a smart helper for keeping your SAP setup running smoothly and safely. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tools. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been working in SAP for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Solution Manager Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So there are kind of mixed opinions and reactions to these, the overall strategies SAP is building on. So I thought just briefly touch about that so that you can do a little more expanded learning on these areas and see what is happening in that space. So the key features here you see: managing implementation project, managing tasks, support fit, standard implementation approach, managing users. So these are some key functionalities, which is offerings from SAP Cloud ALM that you can leverage them. So that's the implementation project. The first step is the cloud S4HANA, the transformation. That is the primary and objective from SAP. And there are some kind of contract bindings as well over there, and so that you can. It's not that much. They have very much flexible in terms of that. They are not pressing in that zone, but they are pressing in more of the technology push from your old school to the new school. And that's how they are expanding their customer base overall globally. All right. So I think about this particular topic, you can have a little more search, learning, understanding, and there are lots of reading materials available, and you can go through them. And there are many beneficial aspects, like in terms of the performance, which are there. Of course, the HANA and the things which came in to improve the performance, and the cloud, again, the reduced RIO, right, or total cost of maintenance and support thing, and server side hardware. There are lots of things involved. So the benefits plus, again, that's completely depend on your organization strategy or IT roadmap or priority, and that goes with that. So it doesn't go with, okay, you have to do it, so do it. No, there are a lot many factors, deciding factors to take up and pick and choose and move forward with this conversion.
Could you please let me know the differences between this focus, insights, run, and build? So it's a bit confusing for me. So
yeah, sure. we'll get ahead with that particular topic. Yeah. Sure.
And at the same time about the cloud ALM stuff as well. So my client is you. They got this push from SAP guys to start using this cloud ALM and move all the current Solman what are the process we are following so to cloud ALM. So that's working as a POC. Need some more help on that. That will
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. We have lots of reference there. So yeah, for sure. Thank you. Anybody else has any points, any questions? So getting back to the first question, like what is difference between focused build, focused insights, and focused run, right? So focused build and focused insights part of the solution manager add-on. You have to, if it is not there already, so you have to, install one add-on to get these functionalities enabled. And the focus build is more for, if you have multiple teams working on implementation projects, say, for example, building some, implementing some module and working on different, you have testers, you have developers, you have functional consultants and all. So they are mixed of team working on the different entity associated with the project implementation. So right now, traditionally, what we do is we have a track the project management part. We do the tracking and take the stock of the situations where it is now, how it is happening. And so all these things are part of that add-on installation that you get. And you can build the hierarchy, the project hierarchy, solutions, and project documentation, and and define the different phases, deliverables within that space, and then you can generate, automated reporting and dashboards. So yeah, so kind of like the build is more into implementation part wherein you have, visibility across all the objects, the teams that are working, what is the timeline, which portion of that project we are lagging behind, what are the scope to, improve, what are the critical path. All of these are part of that beautiful dashboards that you can generate and, do the kind of, and those, plug and play automated dashboards that you can visualize against each deliverables and items which are part of the, what are the different risk associated. So you can visualize as a project management and things and where the things are moving, how it is moving. And the best part is that they are having agile approach and software. They have integration with some agile tools as well. So you can have all those things. So most probably from a basis solution manager or consultant standpoint, it is more like, installing that add-on, what is called STOTS, and configure them to integrate with some agile tools, and then, build and configure and all those, and give them the end configuration or product will.
So Ashish, these dashboards and all will be part of this focus build or focus run?
Build.
Okay. And what does this run do?
Run is again a kind of, it's not add-on, and it's like you have install parallel landscape. So you can see my screen.
Yeah, nothing is loaded so far.
Is the focus run is a fresh installation, or we need to add on to the current solution manager system?
So this is a separate installation. So you have to build see, there are many things that we do because this is for the focus run is for some huge organization. You have huge objects, and you are looking for some kind of very intensive data visualization and stuff like that. Because, we have a BW module, right, where the info cubes packages and, the info providers and things are loaded, a different tier of data, and then you do the reporting out of that. So it is always go hand in hand with HANA. performance side, right? So HANA is meant for the database is for the performance improvements and all. What are the bottlenecks in your other vendors' database? Those are reportedly being said that, okay, you have very improved performance and all. So apart from that, if you are dealing with a huge, larger database and the data volumes, and then if you need to visualize those as, dashboards and build all those reports and stuff, then you choose to, and that is for, large organization. It is not that much beneficial for a medium or small organization who are running SAP. And you can deal with that focus build, and you can make use of focus build and focus insights for the dashboards, reporting and all. The insights is again whatever the day-to-day operation and landscape visualization you have, the monitoring stuff. All these things you can build some custom reports and then visualize them. And the focused build is again for implementation part. So light and medium, you can say you can make use of these two, combine these two, and you should be good to go. But some large organization who was dealing with, having different geography, multi-geography businesses, and they have, a big data volume, and they want to do some complex data messaging and then reporting out of that, because it takes a hell lot of performance issues, right? So that's beneficial for those organizations which are very large scale and the data wise. And then you can have a parallel system build for focus run, which is fresh installation. It's not part of the solution manager. But focus build and focus insight is an add-on to solution manager. And run is another part of that. Your parallel system, like we have LVM, right? SAP LVM, landscape management, virtualization management. So, and recently, I think they have introduced like SAP improved other products for the monitoring and stuff as a separate installation and landscape visualization. So yeah, that's a separate instance and systems, the run, and you have to do some kind of, and that goes with the enterprise contracts, where you're a big organization, you have many things, many entities in your organization IT landscape, and that's where you take as a part of that contract, leverage that. But these two, focus build and focus insights, are part of the standard contract as well. And it is free of cost. You just install the add-on and, grab it and good to go. So they give the power to you, like you can build a custom reporting, you can do you can integrate and automate many things in the build part, implementation, and do the reporting and dashboarding. And insights is something like your day-to-day the IT systems run. You have different dashboards, SLAs, incidents, managerial dashboards, and you have seen like operational dashboards, all those stuff. Okay. Is that what was your query, Kamlaka?
Yes. And so if I have the focus run, so what value add it brings to the customer? And so you said like, it's going to be a fresh installation, right? So yeah, but what value add it brings? That's more than
value adds will be in terms of like if they are struggling with the performance thing, their data visualization, complex environment, they are not happy, they are not seeing like those kind of things. So if they have the HANA, and then if you can introduce focus run, you can address lots of queries to them, and they are powerful, ready to go, ready to use things there, and you can use them, and while no compromise with the performances of end-to-end performances of the systems. Otherwise, visualizing those data volumes in solution manager is it goes, the performance part goes on toss, right? So that's where we have concern. So we have a upper cap and limit with whatever the resources you build with the solution manager system, but they have again upper limit. But something, those kind of pain points, if you have, you can suggest customer to, have different, licensing or whatever it is needed. I think there are minimal cost involved as well for that. And that is the only values I would say, and a bigger picture of the whole enterprise. That's where there are certain limitations which are, again, the focus build and insights gives you much what you need, but there on top of it there are lots of other attractions and things are there in terms of visualization and reporting, and topmost thing is the performance. So this is what I would say value proposition.
Just adding to that, the same question. Just like if
Yeah.
we see the visualization to the behavior picture, so I just want to understand what should be the difference between the technical and the insight monitoring, then how we can be segregated. The technical monitoring configuration and the insight monitoring.
Yeah, so we have like, see, again, it's like very raw things that you see in terms of technical monitoring that you see in the insights. But the run part is something, a different dedicated system wherein you have the power of, play with the data at whatever level and different tier, different level of data. And they have very, kind of simplified ways of, plug and play reporting. So additional business views you can see over there in the focused run. And we have a limited kind of L2 monitoring and focused insight, right? And then if you go with focused run, they will have endless number of, sub-module, and under that, very deep dive kind of monitoring and setup and metrics you can build and display and see what is the process level, what is the module level monitoring are there. So those are the major difference, I would say. And because I have not got the chance to work on the focus and as a separate system so far, but yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, if you are dealing with the data volume, right? So the data volume is the big things, right? So if you are reporting out of 100 TB of database size and you're reporting out 10 TB of database size, so that makes the difference, right? And then again, you have enterprise-wise different application, different many other systems. So it's like 10 versus 100 or maybe multiple hundreds or thousands, and then that particular system do lots of things at data layer. Do some compressions, whatever the suggest you, the archiving and all. But they have the solution manager like also having a data volume management, right? So, but at very high level, not at granular level, or what are the, kind of, you cannot do some kind of, you can do some reactive approach out of those dashboards and stuff, but there you have lots of what if analysis, kind of, you can predict lots of things beforehand. So those makes them a little different, attention and care and investment. But yeah, these are the major things that I would say. All right. So coming to you said like, where does this ALM thing stands, right, Kamlaka?
Yeah, Ashish.
Yeah. So SAP Cloud ALM is again, it's kind of post, given that they have given the mandate that you have to retire your mainstream solution manager. Then what to do with solution manager? You have invested lots of efforts and you have lots of spending, you have configured, enabled, you have made the whole IT landscape operation very stable and it is running, and after suddenly 5 years, somebody is saying, hey, what to do? You have to get rid and shut it down. Then that's kind of strategy, tactical approach SAP is having, that everything you have to move down to the HANA-based system and cloud-based ALM, because the SAP Solution Manager ALM and Cloud ALM, they are altogether different. So, and it's not like you upgrade, migrate or something. So they have, you'll have to implement that particular Cloud ALM as a fresh new build installation and all, and then do some offline conversion of your solution manager objects and setup and configuration. and then move them and migrate them to the cloud, because they're the core operational principles. They are changing. They are different than solution manager ALM that is there. So this topic is still a little gray area because we do not have many success stories to refer to. But this is a mandate, and this is a very aggressive timeline. People are just thinking, customer is thinking what to do, and they are living in the limbo. And that's where SAP side, they are trying all their best webinars, sessions, and all, and making that particular platform more, less disruptive, the migration path. And and they are providing the tools and technologies and supports a very seamless kind of, object translation and migration to the new ALM functionalities. But their usage rights are still part of their SAP ALM portfolio, because SAP ALM portfolio, under that there are three things which are there, right? A solution manager, then cloud ALM, then we have all these, the focus, build, and insights. So again, that would be a kind of, you have to have mandated, like there is no hybrid kind of situations wherein you can be here in the partly in the on-premise and partly on the cloud, but it's like, lift and shift kind of arrangements they are making, and they are making sure all your systems and things are migrated to, you are introducing your HANA, because right now you can run solution manager without HANA, right? So you can go with some other, non-HANA database as well, but still you have options. But there you don't have any options, so you have to be migrated to the HANA and introduce HANA in your landscape, and then gradually, move everything there. So it's a little challenging from the customer viewpoint, that they are not able to digest it and visualize it, how my very nicely configured solution manager 7.2 at this stage, I'll have to break it and then, move it, everything there. But if you say, like, there are differences in terms of the functionalities as well. There are few functionalities which are there in solution manager, but which are not part of the cloud ALM and mix and match. And they are claiming, SAP is claiming that this is more robust, and you have very tightly integrated, processes, applications, and stuff. But they are also offering that, everything will be, it's not your headache, right from arranging the hardwares and then all those setups, data center and stuff like that. So they are saying, like, you have very less efforts and you can easily take it ready to use, and you can, go ahead from there. And their overall, the delivery and services which are part of the cloud ALM are very much tightly integrated. And all these monitoring and the things which are part of that, the builds or the run, even part of the run also, you need lots of spending over the agents, right? All the systems and all. But they are also claiming that, okay, without, agents also, there are some connectors and that you can utilize them, and without them, you can simply start to do the monitoring stuff. So, yeah, so you are completely moving to HANA, and then you have more power compared to what you have now in Solution Manager. And there are some functionality wise also, there is improved advanced functionalities as well, which are planned.
So do we have two versions of like in the ALM? One is cloud version, another one is on-prem version, or we have only cloud version here?
We have only cloud.
Okay, so then our on-prem systems need to be integrated with the cloud, and so that we do this migration stuff, the Solar 01 data, whatever the projects stuff we have.
Everything, and their structure, what we have in on-premise SAP Solution for 7.2 LM and Cloud LM, they are not like 101. They are not, mango to mango. They are mango to apple. And that's where the challenge comes, right? The translation and things. And SAP is claiming like they have runways. You just, start and then You prepare your data on Prime and just push it and leave it on everything on us, and we have the conversion and tools and supports, and we do the everything seamlessly. So yeah, the all these ALM methodologies, core competence, everything has changed there technically. You for visualization perspective and setup, probably the Unicode or their code entity and the platform build, they are completely different. They are completely out of sync. So, but usage wise, end user or administrator or something, you won't see much differences. But it is mainly like you'll have to deal with all these Fiori apps, right? And here you have to get away with these all GUI, graphical user interface, or whatever you can, UI5 things. So it's completely Fury tiles and stuff that you see. It's more of like recently you might have access a service marketplace, right? So HANA platform, on-demand HANA, and you see the plug and play, the stuff. It's more of, there's no transaction codes or something, but yeah, you have to deal with that all, front end. What we deal with the portal right now on premise, maybe the Fury apps or UI5 interfaces. So that is completely, you'll do away with these all classical SAP GUI and stuff and those stuff thing. Yeah, so like recently, I have seen SAP IBP, which is a cloud-based again. This is not on-premise installation, that is a cloud-based only. So there also the stuff is like completely all those Furies tiles and stuff, and that's where the whole platform design and things are different and altogether different. But yeah, their navigational aspects, they are well connected, integrated, and very smooth from here to here. There are linkage, there are support links. Say, for example, from one module to another module, if you are navigating, then that module page itself, you will have some links to go back to the connected previous module so that the navigation is seamless. So it's not, kind of, but yeah, so if somebody has not very much familiar with those kind of, drag and drop and navigation interface, what we have in our solution manager, I think you will initially resist to, consume them. But then, yeah, that's the way to forward. All right. Okay. So let me quickly get into the system view of the things, the repetitive things that we are discussing right now. So that.
So Ashish.
Yes, please.
Take care. So, see, it looks like we need building blocks, right? See, most of the people here are first time entering into Solution Manager. So, Balika, Shireen, and Shubham, and Anshika, I think she's a fresher. So, we need building blocks kind of thing. So, is there, any such, what do you call, building?
Like in the sense, like how to start as a beginner or in the support initially, right? You directly do not jump into the implementation and all those big buzzwords, right? So yeah, we will have some kind of thing. So both mix of that. So I'll have the support perspective. If some module we are covering, configuring and all those stuff, then we will have the support perspective as well. Oh, okay, what are the things you do in the support and maintenance project? Say, for example, somebody has been there, done that, all the things are functional. So charm is working. Now you are supporting, right, the day-to-day activities. So say, for example, some, the support determination you have to change, and some things, say, for example, delegate the approver. If approver is, you have somebody has left the organization, then somebody has to put those things into those kind of fixes, support as a part of that. So those delta changes which are to be, so yeah, we have those kind of perspective and views going forward as well. Like what
I was hoping, let's let it start from what we call a starting phase and then move on from one block to another block, so that it seems like something is building towards, let's say, a certification or as such?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, we will, align the different in the sequence so that this has dependency, right? Okay, you cannot directly jump onto the charm and then start configuring and utilizing. Before
Right.
that, you have to do lots of things, and you have to set up lots of master data, and many customizing you have to put in place. So yes, we have the flow of the modules or blocks, and they are interdependent, and we will be going through that flow. And of
Okay.
course, as you said, like in line with whatever the certification courses and all. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, let me quickly jump onto the, what is that? System access. Okay. So quickly, we would like to check to see, this is our solution manager.
Hey there! Want to get good at managing SAP systems? Our SAP Solution Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Solution Manager. It's like a smart helper for keeping your SAP setup running smoothly and safely. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tools. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been working in SAP for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Solution Manager Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
S72, you can make note of it. And I'm not sure if you have been given access to this particular server so far. Can anybody confirm? If not, then
No
we'll have to add it.
access to my side.
We'll walk through that, and everybody is supposed to have access to this remote server. Okay.
Just a while back, we received some email on this, okay, with the credentials.
Okay. All right. So you can check and validate, maybe, and confirm if any issues. There is a support team. You can put your queries over there. But ultimately, you will get the credentials and you will come over here. s4.estservers.com, and there's a port entry over there. So this is our logon pad, and I will, introduce few of the terminology, a little basic understanding about, SAP. What is SAP? I see one or two of our colleagues are having no SAP backgrounds or, just starting. So I would say you should start learning some basic understanding and stuff about SAP, like when you are into the SAP. So there are few basic courses and online things which are available, like they are course module, and you can refer those ADM courses like ADM 100, which is a web-based understanding, and that is what I would say. Even you can go a little, you can take a step back, and then you can say there's another module if you are completely unaware of the screens. What are these SAP logon and stuff? What is SAP? What is client? What is, client server technology and stuff? How the SAP screen navigation looks like, and basic stuff. So there's another course module for that, which is readily available. SAP Tech, something called. Anybody knows, like, what is that course? So say, for example, someone who is starting, so you can see, take some number is there. I'm forgetting it. But that's the basic SAP, starting point. Then whoever is starting as a basis or SAP in basis, forget about the solution manager, but before that, as a basis, if you are a fresher, if you are starting, then you must, start learning, understanding SAP ADM. So this is about SAP, administration basis, which is ABAP based. So at least if you are starting, you could start with these two courses, and then the rest of the things applies similar to what one SAP to another SAP, or be it solution manager. So rest of the same. So do some kind of, homework, reading, learning, and try starting grabbing the knowledge and understanding there, and build your basics, and then probably I cannot go to that beyond, go back and start from there. But yeah, as and when I get the chance, I'll just try to explain it. Okay, um, like, see, the thing is, you would need 3-4 things to add a new system to this SAP logon pad, right? So you would need the SAP application server. What is that? The server address, group or server name. Then you need system ID, which is kind of 3 characters. You can be alphanumeric. And then you have instance number, which is again 2 digits. Okay, can be anything 0 to whatever 9. So, and then when you have these 3 things, you can add that system over here in SAP logon pad and start using that particular system. Okay, so, and these are for ABAP based systems only. So we have 2 systems, Java based systems and ABAP based systems. So SAP logon pad is for ABAP based systems only. And for Java based systems, you have to use the web URL. Okay, so we will check to see. Here we have one Java system because you cannot see here in the logon pad. So here, what is the system ID? S72 is our solution manager Solman, which is 7.2 SPS15. Okay, and S4H is our HANA-based systems, ABAP HANA. Then we have J72, which is Java, part of Solution Manager. So we will have to make use of all these 3 systems for our entire sessions, training, configuration stuff, make use of these, wherein we will be saying that this is our Solution Manager, and you can consider these 2 as satellite system, remote system, for which we want to configure and monitor them or make use, do the maintenance and upgrades or whatever it is, patching. So these are the 3 systems. So when you have these things, then you come here and create new connections. And here you will see, you put that whether it is dev, quality, or production, whatever based on that. Then again, we have a 3 system landscape or 2 system landscape or 1 system landscape in terms of solution manager. But in all other SAP environment, definitely you have a 3 system landscape, a development, quality, and production. So in the development, you do all those development and then move this into the quality for the testing. And once that is done, then you move it to the production. But in the solution manager, many customers, at least they have a 2 system landscape, or the test system, you can say dev or queue together in a different client, and 1 productive environment. So at least that is what is recommended. But nice to have if you have a dedicated dev, QS, and prod system. Then you have to provide in here the server details. You can put in, fully qualified domain name, the host name, whatever you can say. Yeah, server address, whatever the hosting it is. The instance number, whatever you have built during the system installation you have given, it can be 0001, of your choice, whatever it is. So you put that 2-digit numbers, and system ID as I said, like 3 characters alphanumeric. So, and that is that, like, once you have all these 3 information, you can finish this and then, start making use that. Since there is no information provided, so you cannot use this. So likewise, here you see if you properties. So this is the server address, the application server of Solution Manager. This is 00 is the instance number, and this is S72 is the system ID. And those are real. That's why if you click here, and this is for HANA ABAP systems, S4H 00 instance number is the same. And that's where we make a connection to the SAP system. So here you see they're a little bit different. What system, client, use program, transactions, and stuff like that. So to log in into the SAP systems, any SAP systems, so they are client. They are. You log into a particular client, and there are many things which are client dependents, and there are many data into SAP. If you say the objects or data, they are client independent. The basic, SAP, components or programs or whatever the different tables, they are common across the clients. But there are other, workbench and other items which are client dependent. So you can only find into that client. So we log into the default client here, and I believe if you have received the credential for this servers, then fine. You try logging into that. And if can someone confirm if you have been given the credential for, I think, for SAP systems as well? Said something like this credential is for all the systems access. Okay, so access-wise we are good, and we'll come back here again. So I'm just as an overview of the things that we have discussed. We just want to see what are all building blocks and things and stuff like that. So if we go to the, you can note down, many of you are already aware of these T codes, but who are not aware, you can note down, this is the basic T code, Solomon _ setup for, for the whole solution manager setup and configuration and stuff like that. Okay. Yeah. So here we were talking about all these modules, like, so these are some basic configuration. We have requirements management, project management, process management, custom code, test suite, change control, application operation, business process operation, ITSM, focused build, service delivery, data volume. There are lot many stuffs are there. So I think the processes that we have been discussing, they are corresponding to each module, and these are there in the flow. And we have to, start utilizing, in the sequence of these modules, and then consuming, configuring, and then start using them. So we'll go, gradually reach there, but I just wanted to, see you what are there in that particular different processes of the solution manager. Apart from that, you can launch this particular, what is that, Fiori based, what does it look like as a cloud, similar kind of thing. Here might not be everything available, but let's see what are those here. No, sorry, I get into the focus build. That's another. So yeah, we were talking about different, modules, processes, and all those stuff. So here you see more or less, initially you might have seen in the presentation, the introduction, we were talking about overview, business process, monitoring, operations, custom code, change management control, root cause analysis, data volume, project and process, ITSM, test suite, job management, engagement and service delivery, solution manager, administration, technical administration, and, TechMon and BPMon. So under each of these, there are different modules and things. So for example, if you come here, you will see under this particular change and request management, quality gate management, we are not able to load these tiles. Probably that's because the things are not configured yet. Okay. So as and when we move gradually, the module wise, we will come to know like the things and stuff would be more functional. So all these are called like the still the old concept like work centers, or you can say apps. And this is, so these are role based, apps and whatever the apps or work centers that we have. So solution manager has got different roles like project manager role, then developer role, then we have testers, then we have IT administrator, what we call the SAP basis admin. So all these work centers, because you would like to, in actual environment, you would like to control the only work centers are assigned to the person who they are supposed to work on, and not everything, right? So that's where the role-based work centers are there. So all these function and the tiles that you see here is basically nothing but the roles. Okay, so if you see here, don't worry, we will come back again and again over here, because I am just giving you the glimpse of the overview that whatever we have discussed and seen the different modules, and we'll get to know into the details of each of them. But all these that work centers that you see, so all these are here. You see SM work, SAP _ SM work. So basic, so we have change management, configuration, root cause, data volume, implementation, switch. So these work centers that you see here, these are a role based on your backend SAP role, and we that enables you, these tiles appears on this particular launch pad. Okay, we'll have a more details deep dive into that as well, module wise, and as we go further into that. And yeah, so and this is the solution manager server, and then we'll have upcoming sessions and all. We'll have technical understanding around all these systems, what versions, what components are involved, what is the first thing that you install, and then what are the add-ons that you add. So we'll have all the details, look into all those details for sure. So now let's get to the another system, which is ABAP HANA. So this is our, regular systems, like we can use them as a satellite system or remote system, and this is based out of NetWeaver 7.5. Okay, there are certain modules and plugins which are required on the remote system. So we call it during the entire session and navigation, S4H will be called as, either we will call as a managed system, it's the same thing, or remote system or satellite system, whatever the name you feel like, you can, name it and then understand they are the same. So the system, similar system would be in your landscape, there would be hundreds of system of different flavors, SAP, non-SAP. Within SAP also we have many systems, and all of these you can say managed system. Managed system means what? The solution manager is going to manage that system in terms of operations, maintenance, and monitoring. So that's why we call them as a managed system. And or you can say, remote system, child system, satellite systems, and all. So yeah, we have built 3 clients here. For that, we will be, making the transport routes. Transport will make transport management system. We have dedicated 3 clients here, 100, 200, and 300. So we'll consider them, development, quality, and production, and see how the transport routes are set up and then can be moved across when we, dealing with the change request management and then stuff like that. So I'm not going into more detail over here in the system. So as we move on, we come back again and again and see what all nitties and gritties. But yes, initially we will have a little basic understanding around these systems, what are these called, and what will be the components are built of, and how the initial connections are required, and the things and setups are required around these. So we'll discuss around all those stuff right from the basic level to, go further into details. So many of you, I think these are the things you have been doing over the years, but yeah, please bear with us so that we all can be on the same page. This is our J72, which is part of the Solman Java. So like, as you are already aware, and if someone is not starting, 7.2 is a single stack, right? And earlier versions used to be, the older version 7.x used to be a dual stack, wherein you have the both components, Java and ABAP, sitting on the same, server instances and all. But as a part of when you move to the 7.2, it's a mandated that, and that is governed by more of like your NetWeaver version, right? So 7.4 onwards, even if you have not the solution manager, but even if you have some other systems which are on NetWeaver 7.4, if you're moving from previous version to 7.4, you have to do the split from dual stack to single stack. So you have to split ABAP and Java separately as a two different instances. You can host them on the same database or separate server, the host. It's all like choice. You can make and choose. But yeah, you have to have different systems all separated. So that's where the Java system is here, J72. So these are the three set of systems we have. And under S4HANA, this is our default client, what is there, 001. And here, our default client is 100, which will be our working client. And on top of that, we have 200 and 300 also. We will make use of for different purpose. Okay. All right. So, and J72 is our Java part of the system where mainly will be used as SLD, system landscape directory launched on that. And this Java system belongs to the backend, because this is just the web interface, right? So everything belongs and things are which are there from the backend system only, like user base and stuff like that. Where is that? I think this is connected to the Solman backend user base. So if you look at the data source means all those, which is the web system, which is coming from our backend system. So whenever you do a split, their database remains with the backend. So yeah, but you have a mechanism and stuff. You can use it differently as well if you want to separate them out. But their operations are integrated and things are connected. That's why we are using their backend. That's why if you create one user here in Solman, you will see that user is also available here. Okay. And whatever, and all the backend roles, right? Like, what was that? SAP SM work. So all the backend roles will appear as here as a group. What this is called a UME group. So this is connected to the backend role here. Okay. All right. So this is about the system. You can have, basic navigation into the system and then check it out what is there. But I would request not to run any particular scenarios in the basic setups, Solman setups and all, because those are intentionally left out for the training session and purposes. So we will do it combined when we will do it all together. Okay. But then you are free to use and navigate into the system. Because if somebody has not worked with the 7.2 or something, or did not get the chance on higher SP level, then you can do some kind of, the navigation stuff, what's new and all. You can do some kind of reading and see what are the difference main release with these SPs. And you should be expert in finding those, new functionalities which are missing there in SP6 and limited or something like that. So among us who are already seen or been worked and associated with this, they can, use the system, in their level of, experience capacity and check it out. You are free to check on the sense if you get the time. And who are new to this, there is one thing, you always learn from the mistakes, but I would say in SAP world area, you do not click on something when you are inside SAP system if you don't know what is inside. So if you have, previously known that, okay, if I click on this, not for the, curiosity or something. So especially when in the support projects, right, when you are live in the production customer environment, so many times you are not, you're trying to get everything gradually in different areas, but you may come across some new stuff. So in the new stuff, you don't, do some push button, whatever, if you don't know what is inside or what is the consequences. Otherwise, there are many side effects. All right. So with that, I think you have.
I just wanted to ask, what is the difference between dual stack and split system? You just mentioned it before, right?
Yeah. So see, I would say NetWeaver, right? NetWeaver, that's a NetWeaver requirement. So greater than 7 dot whatever 3 or 7.x, 7.3. If you have to migrate your system, so we have in dual stack system, we have the installation happens as a two different instances. So, Java instance and then the ABAP instance. Okay. And then when you move to the,
That
because
happens on the same server, right? Or is it two servers different?
No. So it's if it is dual stack already below 7.3, and if some system, say for example, solution manager is one, CRM, 7.0, EHP, whatever EHP you can say, 1, 2, 3 or whatever, and then BW, right? Another system like BW, they are some dual stack system. Because why they are the dual stack system? Because there are some Java-based, you can say, web-based applications you are launching out of that. So that's why. So they are web info applications which are there integrated with the ABAP system. So these systems, or you can say Solman, Solution Manager is one of them, where the web-based interfaces are there, many things. And so they have two instances, Java system, Java instance and ABAP instance. ABAP instance is there for their ABAP system, basic that logon pad that you use for all the code base and stuff like that. Their database remains there in the, all those tables and objects, binaries and things and stuff like that. But again, if you launch some application from the ABAP system, you just go to the web application, maybe web info application, or earlier it used to be Java application, web info Java. So there are some Java instance. So they are like that. So majority the usage type of this ABAP system are based on CRM web application. Many end users only work. They do not log into the ABAP system. They are the web application server when that was introduced, right? So we have user interfaces, the front end, which are URL based, web based, Java based, and the application and navigation and objects are Java based. So still their code base and the home belongs to the ABAP system. This is the front end, and you can say this is the back end. So those systems which were there earlier on the NetWeaver 7.3 version, that's kind of SAP release strategy, you can say. So SAP says like, hey, now if you move from 7.3 to 7.4, then, and the need is your customer's requirement, right? And yours requirement that, okay, you have to use this functionality. So this functionality is available in this higher version or higher SP level or something like that. So you have to use, that's the business need. You have to use that functionality, and so that you have to upgrade your system, version upgrade, NetWeaver. And to that application functionality, to get that, this is the base platform, right, on which the SAP applications are mounted, or you can say integrated into that platform, NetWeaver platform. So that's the building blocks of any SAP system. So this is the platform on which the application is running. Now your business need is that application, you need little more functionality, which is in the higher version of that application, like ECC or CRM or BW. So that particular of higher release something is compatible with 7.4 only, right? That's total the gamut of SAP business, right? So they have these release things integrated, and then they have to bring it together so that their business runs every day. So once there is a business requirement, you have to migrate it. Somebody decides, and it comes as a requirements to you as a technical consultant, basis consultant. And that's when, and this is your dual stack system, earlier, if you come here, you upgrade your native viewer platform from 7.3 to 7.4, okay? And during the upgrade itself, you have to split the dual stack. You have to split these ABAP and Java. You have to separate them out on different instances. Currently, these are hosted on the same host, both of them. So now you have to host them on a different host and servers. And so you have to split their integrated part, which was their, like, they have ABAP server has message server. So they remains with ABAP server. And then Java instance is having some other SCS instance. There's the core services, which are there part of the Java function and running. So that goes with the new instance, which is the Java portion of that. So so that's where they have mechanism and tool. You do the split. There's provision in the installer, software provisioning manager, and you can do the split. So they took, they take care of the whole things. You just have to arrange for the hardwares and stuff, but rest of the things they complete it by their own. Okay, they have a mechanism. They have the tools to separate this out. You can keep the same database. You can have a separate database. That depends on your strategy that you build.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What does SPS stand for in Solution Manager 7.2 SPS15? Option A, System Performance Standards. Option B, Support Package Stack. Option C, Solution Process Structure. Option D, Service Pack System. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing SAP systems? Our SAP Solution Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Solution Manager. It's like a smart helper for keeping your SAP setup running smoothly and safely. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tools. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been working in SAP for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Solution Manager Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So we are going to, little bit, touch down with the architecture aspect of Solution Manager, the base platform building, what all the software components are that, and their evolution, the release information. I think many of you, these information are already there, but we will try to, cover a little bit of what are the different blocks which helps architecting the whole Solution Manager framework. So with that, quickly, I would ask all of you to go through this disclaimer. So this is compliance and what to do's and don'ts. All right, so getting back to the agendas for, starting agendas for is, in between, am I audible good or?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, so we will be, going through what the Solution Manager is all about again, and what are all functional areas. We have already discussed about this and their evolution, and what are release schedule, and what does it translate into. Everybody nowadays, the organization is talking about being digital, right? So be it a organization or be it an individual entity as a region, geography, or the states, the countries, everybody is trying to be digitized, right? So be it our business processes or anything that we do in the space of these business transactions, we would like to be digitized, transformed into the digital. So that's the focus nowadays. Every organization, they are trying to do that. So yeah, so we have already talked about, like, say, for example, we have many legacy applications wherein we have a predefined set of business processes, be it finance module, procure to pay, sales, distribution, materials management, and whatnot. So we kind of, we say we have the as is module which are there, and what could be the visualization for that particular modules in terms of measurable business values. So we the kind of, we do the design under that and visualize that where exactly we are standing, and we have the building blocks of this build functionality, right? We have seen, and wherein we discover the business needs and then fulfill them. We also seen about that Solution Manager 7.2 is coming with a new terminology, which is a single source of truth. Run SAP like a factory, but now then, you can build like a factory as well. So that's the terminology now it is being used. It is again tightly integrated, all these building blocks, whether you do from the four major value chain system of solution manager is the portfolio to project, and then requirements to deploy. These comes into the build part, which is the more of the implementation life cycle or phase. And then operation parts comes into other two, like you proactively detect the issues in the system, and then, take the proactive measures to correct them, and then run your business without any disruptions. So that is another phase as a part of the operation. And then what are the end users, business users requests are there in terms of their day-to-day operations to fulfill discharge their primary responsibilities. As a part of this solution engagement, we fulfill them. So Solution Manager 7.2, you would frequently come to know about these four, value chain systems, like portfolio to project, and then requirements to deploy, and then detect to correct, and then request to fulfill. So this sides are the implementation part, and this side is what we can operations and maintenance of that. So we are, and all of these enterprise entities, grouped into either of these value chain systems, be it your business processes or application or systems, and you do all those, continuous improvement for the productive uses and all. You can integrate many non-SAP third-party tools and technologies and systems as well with the solution manager capabilities, wherein you can visualize your non-SAP environments as well. And they have the interfaces, connectors, and they will fit into, seamless integration, so that you are not disintegrated, but you are very much integrated, and they are not left out. So it's an enterprise-wide integration that brings the solution manager capabilities on the table. Collaboration, as you say, like customer partners and SAP. So whatever the partners, chain, vendors, or customers interfacing you have, you can definitely, integrate them, do the interfacing and do the monitoring, and then, reporting how it is looking like. So that's the best thing which I came into this, that level of granular, kind of visibility onto all of your, partners, ecosystems and all. And SAP, of course, everything that whatever there in your landscape. So each unique data system records are mapped to the SAP system, which belongs to the SAP products. And that flows into from solution manager to your, service marketplace, what you can what you call them as a customer profile, right? So you have the whole system information landscape into the customer profile, and that's where you build the strategy for, develop and deploy maintenance planner. So gradually we'll come across all those things, because in the subsequent sessions, we will have a deep dive how to do hands-on. So from your remote system, satellite system, child system, how you push the data to your solution manager and then upload them into the customer profile. So yeah, as we said, SAP, non-SAP, and any HANA cloud, hybrid, whatever the out-of-box implementation operation contents are there are immense opportunities, and it doesn't give a chance to be left out. So that is a good thing which is there. So everybody has their own say nowadays with this solution manager portion. Otherwise, previous versions, we have seen very limited functionalities and monitoring, whatever you can say, the matrix, very first level of visualization. But nowadays, yeah, we have a very granular level. You can go as many as layers you would like to, and that supports your organization. So that kind of, because say for example, procure to pay. So you're procuring something and then paying. So that end-to-end business process, again, you can, drill down into there multiple and number of modules, what you can map it to transaction codes in SAP systems, right? And each of them is a sub-modules, you can say. So that level of, like sales and distribution, order creation, all those things. And then that is one single source piece of transaction. But order creation, again, it takes to a different navigational SAP screens and all. And they are end to end. If you map it, so you can map it like 1 to 10 steps involved into that. And you would like to say, what are the intermediary stages of those all, whatever POs that has been created, and then how many are pending, how many are open and closed and all. So that level of integration and things that you can do, and those are out of box. And you can customize very easily without having much effort put in there. So we were talking about, solution manager, the value chain system. So these 4 things which you see: portfolio to project, requirements to deploy, and detect to correct, and request to fulfill. So these value scenarios, lifecycle, view, which goes through from your operations to the implementation, build, and all of them. So if you see the portfolio to project, so you have a portfolio management, project management, and then, requirements to deploy, all these phases: test, deploy, design, requirement. So they are all 4 of these are having, again, segregated of all different components, and they are cross components. Like few of them are common to project, portfolio to project, few of them are common, they are mix and match. So yeah, here you see like the different processes of solution manager. Those are defined under these 4 value chain system, which is the project management is the one that's, if you have a different portfolio running in the organization, then it becomes a part of the project. And then again, you do some requirements gathering, and then, define some processes, build the test cases, and then deploy them. And then you do the continuous improvement for that, identify all those, proactive defects that is supposed to reoccur or occur in some, future point in time. And then again, you correct them, implement them, and the request to fulfill is something like you do with ticketing tool and systems, which is ITSM. So basically all these solution manager business, the processes that we have discussed in previous sessions as well, they are now belonging to these 4 value chain system of solution manager. Like, because when they shifted their focus from IT to business, Now that's how they are visualizing, so that organizer or customer can, look into them and then visualize the benefits, and derive the values out of it. Again, the product evolution, right? We have seen, right, earlier, even less than 7.0 version was very raw, very, very technical or basic thing, you can say. 7.1 again came up, with a very, exciting thing, little bit of exciting, and then 7.2 is blown up, it's stunning what they call it. They have, more than 15,000 productive customer base right now using this solution manager functionalities. So these digital business, what we were talking about, digitization of every aspects of the business entities. So that's what it delivers the values out of that. So whatever you can think in the space of that digitization as a project, now everything has been shifted from IT projects, from your traditional ITIL or what you will waterfall methodology, SAP and stuff. So now they are going into fastly, aggressively moving into the agile approach. And even the SAP product developments and any application developments are happening in that way. And that is very much beneficial. So even the organization who are very starter beginners, I have seen many customers, they built their in-house team, they got the training from the outside, and they are practicing agile. So that is the thing. And SAP is also supporting in that terms, like their platform and building blocks are agile compatible, and that's how they are giving all those emphasis that wherever the business is, future state business is, they are bringing that solution, integrated solutions. So the cloud and hybrid, you have all these options. Then HANA is another, if somebody is struggling with the performance and issues, I'm not sure. There are pros and cons. It's like very debatable topic, like S4HANA can bring values or not, depending on the organization setup and need and their focus. But yeah, this is what they claim to be, but actual usage and performance metrics and the live data, we do not have much visibility over that. Who is happy, who is not happy. But these are certain things which are being mandated. If you have to be with the part of the support with the SAP, you have to have, introduce some point in time. So you have to transform your landscape and introduce HANA. And finally, into the cloud. So everybody's, going into the cloud now. And yeah, so again, with these Solution Manager 7.2 and different SP level, we come across new UI, user experience. Okay. So there are, as you have seen, right, Fiori tiles, or you can say work centers, which are UI5. All those, they are called, earlier it used to be called as a different, within the SAP Solution Managers, it's a work centers. Now they have, transformed and changed it to, the launch pad, where is the Fiori launch pad, and you have the apps and the dashboards and all. So it's a little bit of nomenclature and terminology conversion from previous version to new version. Otherwise, underlying things are the same. The authorization concepts or role based of all these applications are remaining the same with the previous version plus with the latest one. Process management is something you have one single entity. Earlier version, many of you may know that we used to have a solution directory, right? So and you are very much confused which one to use. There are, different consultants are coming and they are creating, and there are many idle solutions are being created, and there is no proper segregation of logical components and grouping, and which is tied to the project management. So, but now the whole thing has been sunset and then, combined into one single, this process management. There is no concept of a business blueprint, technical terminology that we used to use in the prior version. So now everything has merged into the solution documentation that you manage through the solution administration. So we have one root directory under which you can say if somebody running an organization and that organization is the root starting point, what you can measure is your company code, right? So that is the root entity, and that's where it belongs to everything beneath that, below that. So that is a good thing which came up. Yeah. And then if we already talked about a little bit of this, so okay. So here you see 7.2 was introduced. Full-fledged ramp-up was already done in 2016, and then go-to release came up in 2017, and that's where that was the end of mainstream maintenance of the previous version of solution 7.1 here. And the customer was said, like, you are out of support, and you had the time to upgrade, and that's where it goes to. So it started with like even way back, even previous version. So let me try some scribble pad. You can still see my screen, right? The new screen that I opened. So like way back in 2000, or you can say 2001, their initial release came, right? Where solution 2X was introduced, and then gradually it moved to 3.x, a very, very short span of time until 2005. And then 2006 came, 4.0. And then here you see sometime after that, very, very closely after that, sometime came, 7.x. So 0 and then 1. And that's where in 2017 full-fledged that 7.2 came in. So like and that's what the endpoint for this one, 7.x. You have to upgrade it to this level. So this is the the different version and things, the release information that came from there. And this is again going to, like, here you see nowadays the whole setup which is here. This is going to be like 2027 with the mainstream maintenance, and depending on the usage rights, right? We are talking about a usage right. If you have, because this solution manager thing is pretty much, there is no separate license. It is tied up with your business suites, ERP, and all those stuff. And if you further extend the licensing and stuff, the contract, so they can give you the extension on-prem till to 2030. So after that, what is the next thing there? We don't know, but this is where the cloud thing comes, right? So cloud ALM, and that too based on HANA database, right? So everything, like, by this timeline, you have to have a transform everything, and you have to move it. Otherwise, with 7.2, you have partially, or even you can say like more than 60% of the capabilities or utilization you have already implemented in Solution Manager with so much of investment. But by the time you reach here in, say, for example, 2023, so you have implemented, you are utilizing maybe up till 70% of these functionalities, and after many 5 years, 4 years down the line, you are getting out of this. So these investments, who will be accountable for that? We don't know, but yeah. So that's where they are, putting the pressure and the things and stuff that you have to, move it there. Okay. So I think this is the old timeline. Now they have the extended maintenance, which is like 2027. Initially, this is what that was figured out. But during this period of time, like 2018, 2020, they have introduced many other features and product like focus build and all those stuff. So that's why they have further extended it to 2 more years as a part of mainstream support. So this is about the information and about whatever the different building blocks of solution manager. So here one more thing I'd like to take you into the picture, like architecture, and we're talking about the architecture and release information. I'll quickly let you log in into the system and see what are all different objects associated with the solution manager. And this is the solution manager, right? So in the meantime, you all have access to this system, servers and all. There is no access issues, right? Yesterday there were a few mentioning that, okay, you did not receive the email notification in the incorrect email. So you all have tested and logged in already into the system and tried in with your login credentials?
Yes,
Can
I'm able
someone
to log in.
Okay, all right. And you have tried all the places, right? All the 3 systems that we have.
Yes.
All right. I think then that login thing works. Okay. I don't know. Somebody's already logged in there. Okay. So here we would like to check the different release of the components and all and their usage. A little bit of understanding about that. Any ABAP system, right? Any ABAP system is their building blocks platform. The base platform is what is called as NetWeaver. Okay, so NetWeaver and NetWeaver, we identify. You come here in the software component versions and then see what are the base component versions, like base is whatever the cross application component. And so you understand that this is the vanilla installation that you do a plain NetWeaver system without having any other flavor of, application systems. So pure technical basis system, if you install at least these 2 components and combination of few more will be installed as a part of, plain installation. Okay, so we were discussing about this. Okay, so for beginners, how you would come to know about that any SAP systems is at what version, right? So for example, so any plain systems, what we call them as NetWeaver, right? We have now from older to newer many releases. So particularly we will be talking about NetWeaver version 4, 7.4, and earlier version where whatever 7.3 and 2 and all whatnot. So, and then this is the base platform. Okay, this is the platform where the SAP is built on. All their code base, you can say C++ language code libraries, they are built on that. Then here we run SAP application, right? Apps. Say for example, we say it ECC, CRM, whatever, BW, or maybe Solman that you can see here. Okay, so all these, these are the business suites of applications, ERP application, what you can say them. And for these application systems to run and operate, we need a platform, right? So the features, functionalities, add-ons that you put into a car, but there is a base thing into the car, which is the base frame of the car. So this is the frame of all the application where these are being launched. So you have to have the NetWeaver things installed, what we call them, and then based on application that you are installing, if they are part of the combined package, what they came as a business suites or something. So then, say for example, these and these 2 comes as a combined, package, wherein you have this one and this one, all those applications which are to be a part of that package, or ERP suites like ECC, they are bundles, and when you install it, they both getting installed. After that, what you do is, again, BW is a part of NetWeaver based installations again. So there are some defaults components when you install a vanilla NetWeaver system. There are default components which comes and sit into there. play. In case of, again, the solution manager, there are some, you can say they comes as a, part of that packages, what we call them. Along with this NetWeaver default components, there is another component which is called Solution Tools ST, and that's the solution manager. So you can build, say for example here HCM, okay, ECC. So say for example you have one NetWeaver system and you have the ECC and you have built system which is called, say for example, NetWeaver ECC1. This is the system ID, right? We talked about this. What we call is as a set system ID. So, and this is the technical terminology, right? So you have one system which is here. Now you choose, say for example, you want to introduce one more system, HCM, and you do not have much infrastructure in place. And this is hosted on one server 1. So now you want to introduce this one. So what you have the options that, okay, you have HCM, you have another NetWeaver system, and then you can build a new NH1 system on server 2. Okay. That could be one option, but you need a separate hardware and, and stuff like that. So instead of that, what you can do is, this is your central system ECC. So what you can do, you install the add-on over here and make this ECC and HCM as a combined system. So only thing is, it's like depending on the resourcing and capacity management, wherein you have to do a little bit of, kind of sizing, perform the sizing, and you have to scale up the capacity of these particular system. But yeah, you can keep adding here one more add-on, and you can run the system as it is. So this is what a little basic background that I just wanted to see in terms of the beginners who are just starting with this SAP terminology. So in your user menu home screen, if somebody asking that, oh, okay, hey, can you tell me what system or versions or SAP systems you are running? Then what you do is you come into this here, go to the system, and then status. And here you see your system data, this panel, okay? And that's where you see what product is installed on this major product, and that's where it is known as a part of the naming convention here. So here you see SAP Solution Manager 7.2. If you drill down into the more component details, basis component, so all these are called the components, whatever the basis components, and they are installed on these. So if somebody says, what NetWeaver version is that, your system? Any ABAP system you pick up and say, somebody asks you that, hey, what is NetWeaver version of that? Then you simply come here and see here, what is your SAP basis component release? So this is my NetWeaver version here in this is that NetWeaver 7.4. And this is just the terminology, release terminology. We call them as a, platform 7.4. That means 740. And what are the SP level is? 0, 20, 40, 28 SPS level. So most of these base components that you see here, BW, PI basis, these are the default components that you see here. So as a plain technical NetWeaver system, if you install ABAP application server, so at least these 4 modules, these 2, and then PI basis and BW. So these are the defaults, and you see their SP level is 28. So you can say support package stack. That comes like stack is something where every component is at the same level. And so here is the thing is that So our NetWeaver system 7.4 is 028. Now, there are other things which comes also part of that as an add-on or something. These are again comes these are the mandatory plugins, which is Solution Tools plugin, which comes as a part of Solution Manager. Here you see the Solution Manager component. This is the Solution Manager component. So what is the Solution Manager's component version? So here in this case, what we will say is our Solution Manager is 7.2 SP level 16 on NetWeaver 7.4, right? So this is what the system information you can say. And then we have STOST, which is for this is for which came with some support package level, SPS 8, wherein you can use that focused build and focused insights. So this particular OST version, if you do not have these add-on installed, you cannot use that focus insights on dashboards and all. So you have to have this particular thing. So here I would like to, there are other things here, STAPI, STP, which is the supporting tools of the Solution Manager. There you would see their PI count. I think we don't have here. We have. So this is again something like BW, right? Data warehouse, wherein all the data that you are collecting, be it application operation or technical monitoring or whatever data is coming, raw data which is coming from your satellite system or remote system, all those goes into this data warehouse of this Solution Manager component. And then a different level of, the aggregation happens, and that's how it goes to different layer of aggregation, and then finally it is projected to your dashboard. So this is again important. Without this, you cannot run it. STPI, STAPI, those are another two modules which are mandatory as part of this. And these you would see on your satellite system, the agents that you install them for Solution to manage the data and collect the data from their metrics and all. So you have to install and compatible version. So whatever the compatible NetWeaver version here, you have to check. There's a terminology called product availability metrics in SAP. You have to check what compatible version of the agents to be installed on the satellite system.
Hey there! Want to get good at managing SAP systems? Our SAP Solution Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Solution Manager. It's like a smart helper for keeping your SAP setup running smoothly and safely. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tools. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been working in SAP for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Solution Manager Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Or remote system, or child system, or managed system. And that's how it, without any error or situation, this comes and brings your data into play. Okay. So here again, CRM. Here you see CRM 7.13. And that means CRM is the web interface, because CRM we use for all these business partner concepts, right? The installed base and all. So again, if this component is not there, you cannot use the charm functionality, ITSM, service desk and all, wherein all these agents and determination and all those are their support persons, right? So because those are identified by the business partner, so business partners concepts and all this comes with and also there you launch them because you know, right? The charm that you launch through there, the T code is SM_CRM. That's what you call them. And there is a business role concepts, business roles, and all those mappings and things are done. So there's there are different components out here for different functionalities, and there are certain basic minimum things which are required. So each components, each module that you see in the solution manager, they are driven by one or another components here. So if you're saying that, oh, okay, you run the T code in your solution manager for focused insights and you see nothing is happening, that means this component is not add-on installed here. Okay. So another thing here quickly I would like to say that might be confusing to everyone, and you must be knowing that when we say we go from 7.1, when we migrate to 7.2, so this was on NetWeaver version whatever 7. Less than 7.3, and now 7.2 is something which we are saying NetWeaver is a mandatory 7.4, and when you are bringing the base platform on 7.4, you have to split the ABAP and Java, right? So you have to split this ABAP and Java component. Now, these are again NetWeaver system. This is again another NetWeaver system, which is on NetWeaver 7.4. This is Java application server, which is NetWeaver 7.4. But somewhere you will be, finding that, big, in very later case of SP level, you come to know about that, hey, in Solution Manager, our ABAP version, NetWeaver version is 7.4, but Java is not 7.4. Java is 7 NetWeaver 5. Okay. So don't get confused here, because this is the requirements of these Solution Manager 1 component where we introduced this thing STOST, right? Which is for focused insight, right? So once you add on these version of 7.4, wherein you have your ABAP 7.5 running here and Java also running 7.4, the moment you add on to this, you have to bump up your Java NetWeaver to 7.5. That's where it comes. You have a heterogeneous NetWeaver platform here. The moment you introduce this STOST, and which is which comes with SPS Solution Manager SPS 8 onwards. Okay, so you have to have these mandatory things, because that there are two components again in Java side, which is LM service, you will see, and another is, what is that? The main Java engine, which is part of that. So what I mean to say is here that don't get confused if somebody is saying that it's NetWeaver version 7.5 and we have a heterogeneous kind of environment. So that's where you have to understand and see. So and this Java application server where we mainly use the SLD, right? So these are the core components of architecture, components of the Java Solution Manager part. So LM service is all for diagnostics, right? Where you use CA, what used to be Wiley enteroscopes and all, and monitoring and stuff for non-SAP system, right?
Is the STOST will come as a default in NetWeaver 7.5?
No, it's like, see, SPS 8 onwards, yes, they are coming as a part of package. They have built as a package installation. So it's not like
SPS 08 in 7.5, right? NetWeaver 7.5.
No, SPS 08 of Solution Manager onwards.
Okay.
So if you're migrating something onwards, that if you're patching to SPS 10, then you have to bump up your Java NetWeaver platform to NetWeaver 7.5 from your NetWeaver 7.4. All right, so we were talking about Java systems, NetWeaver versions and all. So yeah, can someone quickly volunteer how we check NetWeaver Java versions. Quickly, any idea of where do we check, how do we check, and see what is the NetWeaver version of Java application server. Okay, so let's see. Let's quickly go here.
Configuration tab.
In the configuration, where do you see that? Okay, so here you see system information on a high level. This particular SAP application server Java is on 7.5 version, which is this reflects as NetWeaver version. But again, you can directly go from here. You can go from, home page of application server, and here you see the system information. So from here, either you can go there, or from NWA, from here, there's a hyperlink also, which brings you here. So if you see here the component versions, so this one that you see, all these base Java components which are here, base Java 7.5, okay? So this is your NetWeaver version, and this is your SP level. So this is where, because why this Java is on 7.5, because we have ST, that component for focus STO, right, introduced, and that is where these version is compatibility, how they have defined, I have no clue, but yeah, that's the release strategy from SAP, that you have to patch up or upgrade your NetWeaver version from 7.4 to 7.5. So this is the NetWeaver version of that Java systems and the patch level that we see here. Apart from this, say for example, you have your many third party, right? Third party tools. Say for example, external scheduler, maybe some other tools like, the defect quality management, HP Quality Center, or maybe you can use some other third-party tools integration here. So for these third parties, each of them give their own add-on. Okay, they give their own add-on, each of them, and they will give you, if you want to integrate Solution Manager with any of these. So you have to, this is your Solution Manager version, and you have to install this add-on on this Solution Manager, and then you can configure and start using the external, tools or technology that is there in your landscape to support them. So you can say like anything and everything, be it SAP to SAP, be it these, integration tool, third-party tool, or be it non-SAP, where you have all, kind of the custom databases, .NET applications, other, kind of, say, for example, other applications which are there, WaveOps, DevOps. So all those, the technology and tools which are there, if you still want to monitor, so the provision, and all of these goes through, again, the Java part of that, okay? So what these non-SAP things are supported in Java portion, and that where we say CA intro scope, right? So we have the agents, we install the agents here and then collect the data directly here in the Java system. So what I mean to say is this gives you capabilities, out of box beyond what not and you can think of under your organization umbrella, and you can run through that. So it's very much flexible and, in terms of integration, and then you can start using them. You can still derive the existing third-party tool which are there, and then you can, plug in there and then collect the metrics and do some kind of, again, as a part of mainstream application lifecycle management functionalities, which are the core functionalities. So they are, tightly integrated. You can use more of them. Okay, all right. So this was about the more of the little bit background about how it is architected, and then the what all release version and all that. Now we move on to anybody has any questions in the previous things. If not, then we can move on to this little bit of understanding around what is called guided procedure, right? You must have heard these terminologies every now and then people are using, especially in terms of SAP now moving into the cloud and all those, the guided procedure are becoming nowadays very much useful in terms of it increases your efficiency and productivity as well for the support team and in terms of overall the spending. So we'll move there. If nobody has any question, then okay. So this is again the disclaimer, and as in guided procedure, definitions, what are the application, where to be found. So quickly check here, like all those, the critical application, because for everything you cannot custom build all these procedure and then you can make them available to use, ready to use, right? So if there are certain business critical things and there's need of a very dedicated and focused person, support person is required for that, you can, spend some considerable effort over there in building the guided procedure, and that will do the job. And you can use them as a template, and then you can extend it to some other systems as well. So, and then you can start using them, in terms of, again, when it comes to under the purview of solution manager. So every infrastructure and services you can leverage and make use of them. So plan, execute, document them. What are the procedures, 1 to 10 procedures you have defined, navigations. Like many of you have done the managed system configuration, right? So they also provide a guided procedure, right? Okay, there are steps 1 to, sub steps, and 1 to 8, 10, or 7, whatever it is there. And what are the mandatory things which are required to configure that particular and perform that. Otherwise, if you think of these simplified ways of doing the things, and if it is not in one place and there is no roadmap of configuration, what to do after what, you will be probably lost and you will be spending more and more efforts, right? So individually in a staggered manner, if you are picking up one step, you can miss another step. And then again, if you run the whole scenario, you may run into issues, errors. Then again, you come back and start spending troubleshooting. And there are lots of efforts that you are putting in there, right? That's where very, very streamlined and, what is critically needed and one after another. So for that, they have given this provision of guided procedure. So SAP uses them in terms of many system configurations. We will see majority of the base configuration guided procedure, we will follow them, wherein you can put the instructions, what to do, and all that. You provide as much as documentations and the tasks to be performed, and and you can create a multi-layer of tasks, subtasks under that. What are the dependencies? So everything you can build and create, and then put them for the execution and usage, kind of. So that pretty much summarizes that. Yeah. So this really helps in terms of efforts, in terms of the human spending over there. So it consists of steps, sub-steps, procedure, one or more automatic. You can have a mix of automatic or manually performed activities, but even the SAP also having some guided procedure as a part of base system configuration, wherein you have a mix of things. There are certain things, obviously, out of the 10 things, you cannot automate everything, right? But then there are certain things that you have to perform manually. So those are the outliers. You have to pick and choose and include them, perform outside the manually. Like, say, for example, you must have seen, right, some note implementations, right? So some ABAP corrections are there, say, for example. So application team, they are facing some issues in some application, and then what you do is But they might come to you and say, hey, see, this particular application is failing and there is a guidelines SAP notes available. And then what you do, they ask you to implement that node, right? So many nodes automatically, implementable. You can see simply, download and then, execute them, and then SAP automatically push the object code base and things into places based on their component mapping and structure within the SAP library. And there are some nodes wherein you might have seen there are some manual corrections, and there are some yes, you have to do some manual steps. So it's a mixed kind of thing. Get documented or already you have a very nice documentation there, instructions to be followed. You use the traffic lights, red, yellow, green, warning, kind of error and all those stuff, and all those set of things that you can do to identify where is the issue, what you can ignore. So it's completely, it's like you're telling them that, okay, if you encounter this particular step, that you can put them as a warning, and that can be ignored. As a system consultants, you can say like, okay, looking at that particular message or something, you can say that, okay, it does not have any impact in the system operations. So here you do the planning, then management, and then, individual people work assignments, that their primary job duties which are there, and then you can, all of them, when you plan and build, then you can automate them in the terms of job scheduling and all, so that whatever are there residual pending to be completed, say for example you have 10 items to be completed, and if it is a repetitive kind of thing, then you can create and schedule a job, and that you're done. You don't need a person to do that. So this is again a good thing. What else is here? Solve, troubleshoot, exceptions, alerts. Yep. There are many things there. The logging, it gives you the different kind of loggings capabilities so that you can troubleshoot on that, looking into the error. So this is about the guided procedures. See, this is one of the reference taken from SAP. They have built, that many number of guided procedures. So the more number you develop and understand, the more efficiently you can run so let's have a quick view here. So whatever the numbers that you see here, so currently we have not custom built any guided procedures here in this particular system. Whatever the number that you see currently active, those provided by SAP. They have SAP delivered guided procedures in place. So, and this is the one thing SAP is leveraging going forward, like many things in terms of transformation, in terms of expert guided, what they call is expert guided procedures they are developing for having a focused run, focused build, and all those stuff, and also migration stuff like from on-premise to the cloud. So and they extensively they are paying attention and developing more and more guided procedure for complex scenarios, and they are simplifying, and that's how they say like it's you say yes, and within 15 minutes you start transforming your things from here to the cloud and stuff. So that's how the simplifications and things comes from all of these guided procedures. So here you will see in the list of guided procedures that there are many as such. 54 here, you see system preparation checks, integration engine, Java, system checks for these are many of these are the subtasks as well. Yeah. So these are SAP standard guided procedures which are there in the place, but SAP provides has the capabilities and giving the control to you. You can develop your own and you can use them based on your business scenarios. And let's see what on the application area. So these are the application area under that guided procedures. Okay, these are the processes. Here you go. So data volume, business process, job scheduling management, technical administration, interface monitoring, PI monitoring. So you will come to see here where the area, and there's even multiplying steps, many steps. What under that guided procedures, the task, how many steps are there, what all are there belonging to what areas. Under that, what all activities are there, or whether it is a part of the basic configuration or some custom activities, batch processing, enable, disable. So let's see a few of them here, which are appearing over here. So say for example, so if you go over here, system preparation, okay. So here you see there's a list of activities. So mostly you will see these are the guided procedures, and then under that each of them you have the activities to be performed. Here you see, say for example, check prerequisites. So under that you have these many activities to perform, and all those prerequisites has to be met to have error free system configuration and application configurations scenarios and different processes of solution manager. So there are certain mandatory core things which are required. So that has to be met before you start using the operational things. And see, so overall they have, in terms of the procedure, what we used to do is, before, if it was not there, these things were very much disintegrated. We are saying, oh, okay, first thing we define the role, what role we have to define. It's a quality production or what kind of system is. So this is the very first step that you do. And here in the upper portion of that, see the documentation part as well. So it very much explains you, right, in this step what you do, and then you have to perform what all activities here, all the way down here you see. So the actions that you have to perform, all the nodes, applications, and the default system you have to apply. You have to key in the S user IDs for support backbone connections and stuff. So they have worked. Actually, this is something like, you're planning that how it is being executed. So this is one of the technical areas, guided procedure, but you can develop many more guided procedure in terms of business processes as well. And under that, you will see, say for example, among these tasks would be whatever the activities are there. So say for example, every day you have to close many POs which are coming into the system, and there is a person available to support them. What they do, whatever come into that, and they have a list of objects or POs that has to be open, close, or whatever. One subset of activities they have to perform, and what they do is either they do some mass maintenance, or like they use some tool, external tool, or LSMW, or maybe there are many plug-in tools are there so that you can simply upload and then your things are done. But the people are gradually moving, the organization are gradually moving to automate those, kind of repetitive things, and which are there, and you can also build here. And the most important thing is that after say for example 1, 2, 3, 4 step basic, if you have prepared the data for transactional data, now what is the next step? You have to schedule a job, and then that job will do the magic, and then you're done, end of the day. So that's how you first identify, plan, define, and then build some custom guided procedure over there. Okay. Any questions so far? So we are gradually moving into, these are just some terminology and things being used, and we will, as we move on, we will see you will be performing all these activities and all the guided procedure and validating those, what are there and all. So just for the awareness that, okay, these are the terms and terminology, you should not be new to that while using them. All right, so let's moving on to the work center quickly. We have already seen, but again, I have put this as a part of overview. Let's see. Still, we are using the terminology, the transactions, the Solman work centers, but now since they are being launched into the Fiori launchpad, so we call them as launchpad, and then all these work centers and things are nothing but the tiles, or you can say catalog, the apps. So interchangeably, you use these terminology as in when wherever is applicable. So well, this is the work center overview, and I think we have already displayed that particular things, work center overview part. And let's see what's there in quickly. Launchpad, dashboards. So, and this is more importantly role based, right? So in your productive environment, what you do is you assign the particular role. There is a configurator, there is a project management, there is the testers, and there are developers, and the basis people, administrator, configurator. So based on that, you assign their SAP role delivers, and you assign them based on these, what module of that particular work centers, or you can say applications, apps, Fiori, catalog, or tiles. Accordingly, you pick them up and then assign it. Solution manager. Okay, these are all, part and parcel of that whole solution manager processes. So this 7.2 provides Fiori apps to perform specific tasks in fast and simple way. And it's just like navigation from here to here, other than the classical ABAP interface and that you see there. Solution Manager Launchpad, access Central Fiori Launchpad on the setup. And this is the T code that you use, SM_work center. And this is how it does look like. And groups. The Launchpad is organized in the groups here in the you see based on the dependency, the flow of the processes of the solution manager. This is logically put them in a group of bundle of different functionalities, applications into particular work center. Functions are available using the tiles. You search or you can find personalization tab. Yeah, this is one of the things sometimes you will see that something are missing, even if you have assigned the role, but there's still some portion of the application you are not able to find. Then you can use the finder functionalities and settings. That there could be some kind of left to right, what are displayed, what are not displayed, and those kind of settings you can do based on your need. Say for example, you are assigned to 10 things, but you're only doing the one thing. Then every day you just want to display one thing, and the rest of the thing you can hide, right? It's just like the ALV display of the SAP tables, right? Wherein you can filter out column names and things and stuff, and then so what is of your interest. User experience, yeah, it's nothing but Fiori apps. The user experience is very much enhanced. UI5 based, Flash based UI, browser supported. That's the thing, web based. But depending on the things, like many people doesn't like that, right? So you still would like to use your SAP because you are very much used to it, and probably initially you will be hesitant to use that, and it is very uncomfortable that, the way you navigate through the GUI, and here the things are a little changed and different. You have to get the hands on, you have to acclimate yourself to that particular navigation ways of doing the things. So it's all about, the a little bit of change, and then you have to adapt the change and then move forward with that. We'll check on that. And there are some, dashboards that you see as a part of the, what are there, the dashboards, focused insights and all. So early watch alerts, technical monitoring, all those alerts, SLAs. So different various kinds of technical to tactical to strategic dashboards you come across and see that, all the KPIs and all. So let's quickly launch there one more time so that getting used to it. If somebody has not used before, it's already launched, right? So here you can, if you don't know, you can directly find, like, say for example, change request, and that page is not configured. Say for example, I'm just trying to, this one, alert inbox. You have to give a character search. It directly takes you there and opens that particular module of that alert inbox. So yeah, there are things, and the best thing is that you can everything is included in your side corner in the drop down, and you can quickly jump over there. And here you see there is a horizontal menu as well. But here, this thing you might have used in many places and any other application, SAP applications as well. So say for example, technical administration. So it will quickly give you the things here, very, very top level. Take you there. Now I have lots of things here. Now let's see what I do is the role-based control, right? Say for example, and what I'll do is so I don't have any role now here in the backend, and let's see how does it look like, because this is role based and the screen will have missing items. I have nothing. There you're gone. And then let's say for example there is one basic thing here. So likewise you can check to see, like validate, like, oh okay, how does it look like and how it is related with the roles and all. So if you have not seen it before, then it would be interesting to do some kind of play around. What happened to this one? Come on. Okay. Still. So unless until I provide some base role, that's the base role, and that has to be go with the each of the role that is supposed to be. So my home sysdemon config. Along with this, I'm providing the config role. So here I have only this particular works interest which came up, all the configurations. So this is what I meant to say. This is completely role based, but then yeah, we'll check to see like these are the roles, but these are directly delivered, but when you install the system, the profiles are not generated. You have to mass generate the profiles. So say for example, so yeah, so initially you will see these authorization values are yellow. So then you have to generate this particular profiles. So whatever the profiles are there. And then that is one thing that you do as a part of the post installation and all. But then you are not supposed to use the SAP standard delivered role, because time to time you might need to tweak it, the role a little bit, do the modification and change. So the best practice is you copy this role in your customer namespace, right? Say for example, Z, or you can use, there are two namespace that we use, the customer namespace. So SAP naming convention is from SAP, and whatever you develop your objects in your namespace, which is starting with either Y or Z. So all right, so we were talking about the checklist and prerequisites. What are the things needed when you install new system from scratch, fresh systems? So obviously there are certain things which are part of the basis administration, what you do in your day-to-day activities as a basis consultant, right? So apart from the solution manager's specific prerequisites or checklist, there are many of the things that you plan and prepare as a basis consultant, irrespective of the system flavor, right? You do the pure technical installation that you do. So all those notes, prerequisites, checks, and things that you perform. And apart from that, with the solution manager, there are certain things which are required it's always handy to use and organized, and the more errorless kind of installation will be when your planning is good, okay, and all the prerequisites are met. So that brings lots of values to your efforts. And if you do some kind of high level, planning, not thoroughly, if you have gone through whatever the master guide or installation guide, then you will miss out many things, and then you will break your head in the later part of troubleshooting them. So for that, yeah, we prepare the checklist and then for related with the before starting the configuration, the solution manager systems, we have certain things that you do. So S user ID, right, which is very first thing that you need, wherein you connect to the SAP Marketplace support portal and where your customer profile, right? Because every organization is given when you get the contracts with the SAP, you are given with the customer number, right? And then under that customer number, your whole system landscape data resides and product, what all applications and systems are there. And under that also you have whatever the licensed product are there. All those catalog of softwares are bundled and visible to you and nodes, wide open accessible as well. So apart from your customer data and licensing and the software products and all those bundle of, the releases which are coming in, they are provided to you in the customer profile. So each organization is having a customer profile, and to make a connection to that, basically you need a S user ID, and like it's just authentication and authorization mechanism which you follow to log in into any system. So that is the first thing that is needed as, support backbone, what we call them now. Earlier it used to be SSO connections, right? In older version of systems, we used to have SSO transaction codes, SSO2, I think, yeah. And then you do the individual configuration out there and make a server inbound, outbound on the SAP, and then, route it through the router, SAP router, and then that's how you make the connection to the customer profile. And now here, the thing is, they have a different terminology which has been introduced, SAP support backbone, and you don't have to maintain some T codes in, say, for example, here, I'm not sure if this is supported as well now.
Using which method, we have to update this communication user in AS user table?
Sorry?
No, in the last slide, you mentioned that, we have to maintain this S user ID for communications in AS user table.
Yeah, so you maintain them here. So if you make a task list, right, now this is no longer valid, that SSO connection that you used to do. And here what comes and replaced by STCO, which is more of the task list configuration. And this makes you the whole connection of the support requirements in a secure manner, or whatever the SSL and things and stuff are required. But you are talking about another steps which are part of that prerequisites, right? Yeah. So you maintain this user as, communication. This is the S user communication for this is T code also. So
table and T code are the same. Oh, okay.
Right. So you maintain that particular things there. Earlier, say for example, developer keys, right? There is a dev access table and all that. So the moment you enter into that in the whatever the place, when you pop-up comes, and then the automatically goes and sit into the dev access table. Similarly, like that here. So if you maintain this here directly from the configuration solution manager, the mandatory steps, it goes and sit there. So and you have to, make sure that there are certain system communication users needs to be set up for SAP internal solution manager, internal communications, right? Like many RFCs are getting generated for back RFCs, download, the exports, and, for the transport mechanism, all the STMS RFCs related domain controller and all. So there are a lot of RFCs are getting generated as well, and that's where you also need the user requirements, right? So yeah, we were talking about this SAP support backbone. Like earlier, the old concept of SSO login, through which you directly run the T code S node and then download the nodes which are available here, there, and it will be downloaded immediately, right? So because this is connected through the SAP and already the connections are established, so under this T code, you run this task list. Okay, and then the setup and things, all those configurations, secured connection is automatically done. Majority of the works are done, and then you are ready to use the support connection and with the user credential that you provide in the S user ID and the passwords. So you can seamlessly download nodes, implement them, and it's a direct system connection with the service marketplace, basically. And like you, so maybe the senior people out here who has been into the basis for many years, you might have seen like SAP also provides some kind of PCA tool, right? Post copy when you do the system refresh. So similar kind of task executed here. So for example, I mean, this is very important T code, the task list thing, which came up. So the copy thing, initial config and all their refresh thing, there are many task lists which are, it's again kind of system, web-based automatic guided things. You execute the task list 1 to n, and then your half of the, and majority of the configuration are automatically configured. So like you do like in the system copy, like in the traditional approach was that you take a screenshots, take the backups of all the configuration, RFCs, the spool device configuration, and then logical system. There are BDLS and there are a number of things that you do pre-checks, right? And then do the screen in queue, and then after the data system refresh from production to queue, you again redo the and put the things back from whatever the backup you have taken, right? So, but nowadays, like if you use these tool, post copy my PCA tools and all, your 80% of those are backup already. You can export all those configuration into a transports into a file, and then you can put it back. So everything will be replaced. So whatever the production came into queue, if you import it back, everything will be as it is. So it makes your post steps very, easier in terms of, because you have to do, pick and choose and do every task as a post step corrections, right? After the copy. Similarly, this task list concept, there are few functionalities as a part of system checklist and prerequisites and preparation. They have come up with the task list. Earlier, this was not there. So when you execute these task lists, and then there are some HTTP destination are automatically getting generated, which connects to your server support portal in the customer profile. So yeah, and these are again note assistance download that you do. Again, those are the part of that. And also again the basic, not part of the solution manager, but any basis installation that you do, phrase installation. So after the installation, what you do is you make your productive client, you copy from your existing SAP Deliver client and create your own client, right? That is the very first step that you do. So those are certain things which are STMS configurations and all those transport route setup. So there are certain things, the checklists and prerequisites, more of the traditional basis admin jobs, but many of them solution manager specific that you make the list and checklist out of that. So if you configure all these, like kind of you make the checklist and then execute as per the sequence you have provided in the basic settings that would need you. There is a guided procedure for this particular checklist and prerequisite sets as well when you go to the guided procedure while doing the basic configuration. And it will inquire you into the system and see what are the things you have to update, patch, or what component are missing. and what configurations are broken and all those. So nothing to be worried about, because you have to do, there are many automatic steps are there, but there are few steps you have to perform manually. We will do it. We'll check and validate what are those guided procedure for the basic settings, wherein you will come to know about the more detailed and specific checklist and prerequisites runs for the solution manager 7.2 SP15 at the time of validation of the basic settings. Okay. There are certain things like, kernel level licensing, STMS, the common things, the load generator that you do. There are certain add-ons you have to make sure if you are going to use that functionality, you have to, add on to the patching for those as well. You have to set up certain dialog user for initially to have with the transaction code solman underscore setup, so that you can start with the preparation of that basic preparation of the system setup and all. And and then we will see the user and role as a separate chapter. I have it. I thought like I will cover it, but there was some glitch out there, and we'll check to see what all authorization concepts and roles. As a part of this discussion, also we have seen like for the work center roles and all, and we copy them into the customer namespace, and then we start utilizing after generating the profiles. So we'll check to see as your authorization and role needed. So that will conclude the overall, briefly the overview or introduction part from the solution manager. So that by now, if you are already aware, if you are not, then at least, you'll catch up some terminology being used in terms of Solution Manager 7.2. There are certain new things. There are many old things which are carried forward. And so with that, we'll conclude that, and then we'll move on to some lab activities and hands-on and other basic system validation and setups, and start from there.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which work center is primarily used for managing business processes in Solution Manager 7.2? Option A, Technical Administration. Option B, Business Process, Documentation. Option C, System Monitoring. Option D, Change Control. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing SAP systems? Our SAP Solution Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Solution Manager. It's like a smart helper for keeping your SAP setup running smoothly and safely. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tools. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been working in SAP for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Solution Manager Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Okay, so like a quick recap on that. What is the primary purpose of Solution Manager? Managing customer relationship, monitoring hardware resources, managing SAP system landscape and applications, managing financial transactions. What could be the right option? Anybody, I mean, you can go ahead and tell to the best of your
managing
knowledge.
SAP system landscape and applications.
Yeah, that's right. So that's like we are managing the rest of the things like the ancillary part. We are not managing customer relationship with the solution manager. That is through the contract. Hardware resources, right? That is something, again, different vendors who are what all capacities are there. But we are not managing the financial transaction, there is a S for HANA or some other ECC central components and all. Okay, moving on to the next one. Which of the following is not a component of SAP Solution Manager architecture? Application server, database server, web server, network router.
Is it network router?
Yeah, that's correct, because we don't deal with, because network router is something which is being used for when SAP wants to log enter into your landscape network, and that's where we set up the SAP router so that they can seamlessly log in from their whatever customer profile through to your enterprise landscape network. And that's what this is outside of the solution manager. But yeah, this is one of the prerequisite that we establish with the customer and the SAP communication channel, which is SAP router. So you have to have the SAP router set up. Kind of, you can have this thing as a Windows based or maybe some other services and the files and all, and you can set up and configure there so that they have some secure area through that, they log into your system, whatever the credential you have provided in the secure area. All right, so which of the following is true regarding Solman 7.2 as compared to its previous version? We also talked about comparative analysis of that. Solman 2 requires a separate installation for each module. Solman 7.2 provides a unified and simplified installation process. Solman 7.2 can only be accessed through a thick client. So 7.2 does not support guided procedure. Which can be the right option? Anybody can tell?
Is it B? Sure.
Yeah, that's right. It's provide a unified because we come across these last 2 days overview session many times. Unified, simplified, revamped, business values and all. So it doesn't require a separate installation for all the modules, and the access is not like through any other mechanism outside SAP, whatever is the client server technology. And we 7.2 supports the guided procedure. We talked about that. So what is the purpose of guided procedures in SAP Solution Manager? To automate business processes, to manage system users, to generate financial reports, to create organization chart. I think that's very much straightforward.
Automate business processes.
That's right. So we also talked about something, there are many people, manual activities which are happening, repeat kind of activities which are happening. And you have the procedure and provision to, custom build a guided procedure. You can document them, create the task list, and then, in fact, you can put them in the job as well, schedule them. So that's how you automate your majority of the guided, business processes using guided procedure functionality of Solution Manager. All right. So moving next, which of the following work centers in Solman is used for managing incidents and service requests? We have seen work center concepts is role-based, right? So if somebody is into project management, configuration, administration, change requests, so which one belongs to that? Change control management, custom code, incident management, test suite.
Change control.
What you say? Sorry, I didn't get you.
Change control management.
So here it is again. Yeah, that's not correct, because change control management, we have seen there are two major functionalities, right? Quality gate management and change request management. That's the core and very popular module under change control management, right? Charm. And those are the things that we do, the transports and stuff. Custom code, again, we deal with whatever the customization that you have done in your landscape. You have how many Z program you have created in your landscape. And those kind of like during the maintenance and upgrade, you have to take care of all those custom code and make sure it is not broken. So they have the provision for custom code management. Incident management. So for managing incidents and service requests, the major module, this is not given here. This is the part of the things which is, this comes under ITSM, right? all that, service managements and all, service desk, incident, problem, issues. So all managing incidents and service requests comes from the ITSM. This is the major module. And under that, we have incident, request, problem, all those things. So this comes under that. Test suite is again something which is like it's a part of the build. It's more of the portfolio to project that we have seen, right? Where you have a different phases of release, project releases are coming out, implementation, and you get to build the test cases, environments and stuff, and then you test them, build the test cases. So all those life cycle ALM things, right? So yeah, the correct answer is incident management. What is the role of the solution documentation? We have not raised to yet, but we talked about little bit about that one. Work center. We are talking about still the work center in solution manager. Solution documentation is a new terminology introduced in 7.2. It was not previously. And that's the core thing, which is the highest entity in the topmost entity in the solution manager. There is no concept of solution directory and what was familiar with 7.1. So it's managing hardware resources, documenting business processes and IT landscape, managing financial transactions, monitoring system performance. What's that?
Option B.
Yeah, that's correct. We documenting processes, landscapes, and whatnot. Under that, we are defining the solutions. We are logically grouping the category of systems. Dev, quality, production, one type of system, ABAP, Java, non-SAP. All those things comes under that hierarchy of that thing, including all the business processes hierarchy and the whole entire IT landscape. Which phase of guided procedure involves defining the steps to be performed? Definition, defining the steps, execution, analysis, configuration, preparation. So it's pretty much generic, and the question itself explains the answer that you are defining something. So definitely it is not execution. Analysis, configuration, and preparation. So you have done the analysis. You have done already the preparation for all those automated processes, intended one. And then you have everything offline. Now you get into the system and then start defining them. So that comes under which one? Yes, no, maybe.
Configuration.
Correct, configuration. So everything is done, and then we configure each of the task list and involve under the guided procedure for that business process. What is the purpose of checklist in Solution Manager? To manage system users and role, to automate system backups, to track and ensure completion of tasks in guided procedure, to monitor database performance.
Option C.
Yeah, pretty much generic. Track, ensure completion of task and guided procedure, and whatever the checklist. There are two things here. As a basis responsibilities outside flavor of system, solution manager is irrespective of what type of system. Basis responsibilities is a checklist is very much, there are different kind of checklists, like you do pre-check and then post-check, you make the list, right? As a part of system refresh, as a part of installation, or you have a prerequisite checklist that you perform. And that helps you majority of your troubleshooting efforts. And if you spend little considerable amount of time over there, it is definitely help you in reducing your efforts and landing up into errors or kind of situation. But if you have been associated with basis and installation and all, we have to read through all those master guides, installation guide, make a list, what is prerequisites, all minute details, and make sure they are met before installation, preparation. And then even after the installation, the post-installation configuration or steps. So you have, and that run list or whatever checklist that you prepare initially, that is going to be a template for your, future installation and all, so that anybody can refer and then, just run through that kind of workbook and simply their life becomes easy. Okay, so in terms of solution manager checklist, when we say it, everything comes with the guided procedures. So we have the basic setups that are in the solution manager, system preparation, infrastructure setup and preparation, all these things like basic system setup or managed system configuration, whatever the guided procedures are there as a part of configuration, base configuration in solution manager, the checklist part of that. Step number one, prerequisite, two, checklist and all. So there is a task list across each of those guided procedure, and you have to make sure that checklist, refer those checklists, read that, what does it mean, and then apply accordingly, whether manual, automatic, and all. If some patching is required, do the compatibility checks. What are the content delivery patches, add-on patches required, and all. So all those checklists they provide in terms of they provide the help tips as well in terms of refer SAP notes, this one and all. So full documentation. So in solution under checklist means that everything comes under the guided procedure that we check through. Which of the following is a prerequisites for installing SAP Solution Manager? A valid Microsoft Office license, an active internet connections, that's silly, a compatible mobile device, a valid SAP maintenance agreement. I think this is odd one out. So this is a blind guess, right? We are not dealing with Office, internet connections. Definitely that is required in the LAN, whatever the network. Mobile device is not required. So you have to have a SAP maintenance agreement. Without that, you cannot run, install, operate Solution Manager. If you're out of support, you have to shut it down. I have seen a couple of customers wherein they have, because it depends on like what is your IT budget and roadmap, right? And SAP charges the maintenance support, right? Hardly, say for example, your in-house team who are managing the applications and infrastructure or bases or security and all those people, they are enough to run the show, right? Keep the lights on, whatever is there and all. In very rare situation, how many SAP OSS customer case you have created or hardly, 20%, 30%. When you are in extreme trouble and something you are not able to find it and readily not available, then you open OSS customer message, right? SAP message. So hardly, but you every year you pay a heavy amount to SAP for maintenance. Licensing is different part contract, but that recurring maintenance charges, active global support, they have, a kind of your whole spending 20%, 30%, 25% of the whole spending of the software, products, licensing, pricing, and everything, the support part. So, and that's a huge amount. And you are leveraging very less. So, yeah, and of course, you're keeping your software landscape up to date. That is one thing. That is the biggest advantage. You always have scope to innovate, enhance, and, improve your business application supports and software and all. Definitely you have access to their repository. But I have seen, and if you are changing the maintenance support from SAP, you still stay good with the licensing part. You pay the license part. They will have the audit, whatever periodic audit of your licenses and all. But your active support, maintenance support is off with SAP. That means from the day it terminates, you cannot download any software. You cannot download any SAP notes. So you are given the provision that until that day, whatever the software content under your customer profile is available, SAP notes, all you can download it, keep it offline in your landscape and use it as if your repository, local customer repository. And you break the connection between SAP and your landscape. You shut down the solution manager. So I have seen nowadays there's a third-party support, SAP supports coming into picture, wherein the job, which is, if you're a SAP customer, SAP maintenance support comes as a default. You even never think in your dream that, oh, okay, I have to go out of support. But the organization started realizing from the financial part, and they started gradually moving from SAP maintenance to some, third party maintenance who is doing a similar kind of job. They have set up organization, geography and everything. There are many vendors, company who was doing that on behalf of SAP. All right. So valid maintenance agreements and stuff. Okay. What does Solman stands for in the context of solution manager?
Solution monitoring.
Yes. Software landscape management, system operations, now SAP online. Okay. Solution monitoring. That's what we are doing. Monitoring. Okay. That's a good one. And just a recap of the whole thing, so a little lighter version of that. Let's move on. Here it comes now. So now we will talk about what are the users and authorization concepts. Many of you have already been working through the basis and security, both of them, but a few of them might not be aware of these portion other side, because many clients having segregation of duties in place, and they have a dedicated basis team and dedicated security team, so you don't mix up. But then as a solution manager administrator, you are supposed to be in the both side. The administration is definitely the first and foremost. And at the same time, it's not like, in terms of solution manager, it's not good to know, it's not nice to know, but yeah, it is a must. You should know what all this works, because as a part of initial configuration and setup, and when you release the system for the functional use, and definitely there is a functional configuration consultants in place who the project this is being taken and then used forward, wherein you are not responsible for that. Your thing is just like base installation and base configuration. And for that base configuration and things and delivery from the SAP basis standpoint, you are supposed to know the users, what all users are involved, what are the authorizations, concepts and all. But if you are doing SAP basis, it is always good and nice to know them by default. And that's how I think nowadays people are doing. So and that this, if you consider this as a different, a dedicated career opportunity or something, then this has a different, altogether different line. You have to deep dive and take that route and grow and build in that SAP security. And nowadays, it's not about classical security, but it's about more of, it's not about ABAP only security. There are many things which come into picture, like you have to do Java security and different flavor of systems like security, right? When it comes like the ECC security, which is a very basic ABAP security, is something else. Then if you add a different security into the landscape, like HR security, that's a different altogether. There is, kind of structural authorization, position-based authorization. So they are altogether different. If you are bringing in the CRM into your landscape, they have a different set of security setup, all module. It's not like base ABAP security. If you are introducing BW has got another big chapter for the security, SAP security BW, right? All those authorization concepts are altogether different. CRM is altogether different. They have organization model, business role concepts, business partners. They are altogether different. Their working ways of working are different. So what I mean to say is, but at least you are supposed to, as a basis, you are supposed to know the ABAP security, which is by default, which comes by default. Not the module specific security is whatever system flavor related security is, like whether it is PI or PO or BW, CRM, bots, MDM, whatnot. So you're not supposed to know all of them, but yes, ABAP security, which is the building blocks and the base security, you are supposed to know. And that's where it comes like I come to know. And I would like to a little touch base on that before we, enter into the solution manager. Okay. So user differentiation, user types, role types, separation, segregation of duties, composite roles, authorization concepts, business user, technical user, and setting up the authorization roles and all. So, okay. User definition within the context of business process, users are relevant, users, Solomon IDs, scenarios. Okay, so this is the T code, right? SU01, and there are two pieces here. Let me use this quickly. You can still see my screen, right? I switched over to another screen. Can someone confirm?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, all right. So if we talk about the whole aspects of authorization and security, what we call them as ABAP based. So ABAP based security, if we are talking about, then there are only two parts. In totality, there are two module of this particular security. One is user maintenance and another is role maintenance, right? Sorry about the bad drawing. I'm not good at it. So this is just for the representation purpose. So there are only as ABAP-based security, if we are talking about, they are only user-based and role-based. Sorry, the role maintenance and user maintenance. This is what we do. So there are two major T code that you deal with is SU01 and PFCG, right? So if you know functionalities of SU01 and PFCGs, this is what is needed. That's it. Nothing more than that. The functionalities of that. Again, they are a deep dive topic under the ABAP-based security as well, whether you go into the program level authorization and table level authorization objects and whatnot. So, but then at least in Solution Manager, as a part of SAP basis module, if you're dealing with, then at least you're supposed to know these two, how it works, and a little bit of that, not the every functionality is inside it, but yeah, basic stuff. What are the, how you update user profile into you assign a user into role. How do you create a role or copy a role and under that role maintenance and all. So because this module is needed just because SAP provides roles which are not profile generated. So you have to generate a mass generation of the profile, and then you have to start using them. But before that also, you have to, whatever the SAP standard SAP roles are delivered, you have to copy them, right, to your Z or Y namespace. Because sometimes you would come to know that, oh, okay, SAP is saying that you assign this SAP underscore SM underscore admin or something like that, and then you are good. But being an administrator or whoever is a business user or something, you are saying that, hey, they are still not validated. But then I think these profile generation, whatever comes, SAP standard role profile generation is part of your basis installation. So if you are already done, this is actually done by that as a post steps, basic post steps. So these are done by that, but still it may surprise you that something is not working, and the reason is that the profiles are not generated. But then if you copy into your ZNY, whatever customer namespace, then definitely you make that authorization part, generation part, and then this is a valid role. Then you can assign this to the user, right? So what I mean to say that understanding of these two roles is required. Now quickly coming to say for example, why we need an understanding of different roles in that. So because SAP delivers the role-based, you got role-based tasks under Solution Manager, right? And those are like somebody would need, say for example, process documentation work center. Somebody would, they are only dealing with the process documentation. Somebody would come and say, I am doing with incident management, right? So because there's this, say for example, this goes with all business users. So majority of end users should have capabilities to raise incidents from the satellite system or remote system itself, right? Customer notification, support notification. So that you make sure that you copy that incident management role, the work center, and then assign it to all the end users there. So, and likewise, whatever the different work centers that you have seen, so depending on how many different team we have to support one to n, you design these, the SAP delivered standard SAP roles, right? So either you can, there are many, so you can combine these and these together and give it to one team, right? One team, or maybe another module would require you have a dedicated team. So depending on that, you build the strategy, and then this is how the role-based situation comes. So what here it is being highlighted is user differentiation is very much important, and based on the user differentiation, who needs between the users, you have to differentiate who all needs the configuration to do the configuration, who needs the administration, who needs the monitoring, and who all needs from the end user perspective and all. So that's why if you see here, we have to build and categorize those roles accordingly. So user differentiation is something which is important. So say, for example, during the configuration of this particular module, right? So while configuring the solution manager, you come across many T codes, many authorization involved under that, and this is one of the T code which is very much important, and that's where everything is included. So you have to have solution manager, Solman admin T code. Okay. So for this configuration purposes, you would need to have, let's talk about this. So the configuration, right? So you would need Solman underscore setup T code. And for that, SAP delivers a corresponding role. Okay. And that's again, which sounds like SAP Solman admin com. So there is a role for this. So you have to assign this particular role in the system, and then you should be good to go. So let's quickly check about that here. So PFCG, the transaction code that we are talking about here, is the role maintenance. And that's what we deal with, either creation of new roles, copying a new role, or maybe authorization profile generation, and changing a role content, or changing the authorization, or modifying a role. So everything that you do under this particular tool, which is called PFCG. And we were talking about SAP underscore Solman underscore admin, right? So they deliver many of the roles as...
You have not given the proper name.
Oh, sorry about that. So they deliver as many of the composite roles as well. SAP delivered composite roles, and then they are single roles as well. We'll just come to know about that quickly, understanding about that.
Hey there! Want to get good at managing SAP systems? Our SAP Solution Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Solution Manager. It's like a smart helper for keeping your SAP setup running smoothly and safely. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tools. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been working in SAP for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Solution Manager Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So here you see we were talking about administrator user. So you have this thing. Again, there's a display version of that also. So if somebody is joining the project as a beginners and you do not want to mess up things, then you can provide this particular another role, which is a display. Okay. So if you provide this particular role, this is a composite role. Okay. So composite role is, again, for the timing, just understand this is nothing but, say, for example, single role and then composite role. So single role, we have single role 1, single role 2, single role 3. So these are the actual authorization role, technical role. These are, we can say these are the tech roles. And composite role is nothing but composite role. Say, for example, comp role 1 can have this single role 1 only. Comp role 2 can have combination of these two, single role 1 plus single role 2. Similarly, comp role 3 could have combination of all these three, this plus. So this is nothing but a box, a folder where we have multiple single roles. Okay. This is not a technical roles. It doesn't contain any authorization or any profiles under that. So what this single role is the one which contains the authorization profile, and under that authorization profile we have everything, all the access and all. So this is the main role. So it is just like that. So in that case, say for example, this is the scenario. So you are assigning, either you can assign 1, 2, 3 different single roles to the user, okay? Or you can simply assign this composite role 3, one composite role to the user. Both are the same. This one and this one are the same. So composite role is nothing but a container. It's just a folder. This is what I meant to say. So here you see this is the composite role, and it contains nothing but multiple single roles. All of these are single roles. Okay. Can someone tell if somebody has worked into that? Can you assign a composite role to a composite role? Food for thought. So here you see composite roles are nothing but a container which contains all the single roles. And under this single role, if you go to this single role, this is nothing but a technical roles. How you differentiate? So the composite role will have description is in common. The role, there's a multiple, the three option that you see is a single role, multiple role. And a menu, it's again, for the ABAP security, it doesn't matter. Forget that one, menu. User matters, personalization, you forget again. So these two tabs, you can forget about base security and something like that. These comes into play, personalization and menu, when you are dealing with the HR security, structural security, or their ESS, MSS component of HR functionality. So you have to deal with the personalization here, and then this piece, personalization key, P key, again belongs to some SPRO configuration, which is bundle of HR, report forms and something, and then you assign that P key to here in the launch pad. There would be somewhere, whatever that corresponding module of that thing, and then that's how that security works. But for the time being, you forget that one because we are not dealing with any security other than ABAP security. So composite role, you just focus here that you have only roles and users. Okay. And single role, which is the technical role, you have a menu, means either this could be a report, program, whatever, the T codes and all. You can add the transaction codes here. That's again, depends on the workflow is again it's again based on the ABAP module only, but it's an enhanced functionality wherein you are using the workflow, the smart forms workflows. In HR also, we have the workflow module, which goes for approval process and then comes back and then, do that. There are multiple steps involved in a particular process. That's where you configure. But here, time being, you just focus on the menu, authorization, and users. Forget about everything. So ABAP technical role based thing, what we're doing is here, you can have a menu here, you can have a T code, you can add over here, and see here, this role is not generated. There is no profile. Okay. I'm not sure why is that. This is important. This is important. These are generated. Okay. So menu, authorization, and user. This is the technical single role. This is what you need. And authorization is something which contains this particular profile, and this profile is basically includes the whole access thing. And when you assign this role, this profile is added to the user master record. And that's how the whole thing works. So coming back to this solution manager admin, right? So the first thing that you do here is you assign yourself or who is the user, Solomon admin user, right? Whoever is supposed to perform this configuration, and they are supposed to assign this particular composite role. And there is a display version we have seen also here that you can assign, that comes with a display here. So you have a display as well. For somebody is new to your team, you can assign that particular user and they can navigate through, just have a flavor of understanding how it is this and all, so that you make sure nothing is broken and by mistake no accidents happens. But then it is ideal that whoever is the admin, I would say, assign that particular thing when you are doing the basic setups, the direct profile, which is SAP All and SAP New. So these two profiles, because you don't know whether the things will break if you're not sure about what roles, what all combination of roles you need for this solution manager setup transaction code. So just to avoid any, and unnecessary efforts in troubleshooting what is failing, what not, and something is not getting configured, you make sure that you assign these profiles, and later on you can just take it off, because when you are configuring the system from the scratch after the installation, it's not in operational or in use, so it is completely yours. You are the custodian of the system, so you have anything and everything. And then when it is ready for the release, you take it off, because you should not assign anybody's except for the SAP standard user, maybe Derek. Okay. So administration part, whatever that you deal with that, this particular role is necessary to be assigned. And this is a part of your composite role which comes into play. So this is for the admin. We have seen administration purpose, you need something. Another thing is that, say for example, there are many roles related to what you call them as solution manager core roles, right? Which is related to what add-on component ST, which comes when you add on this particular component, then all these solution manager core roles by default come as a package. Then these, and which provides the technical, all the single roles that you have seen, technical authorization to all of them, and which is, and administration is part of that. All the work centers that you see, that is part of that. Now this is from the solution manager. Now say for example, we have other modules which are installed in the solution manager, right? You have seen, we were talking, there is a CRM component as well, add-on. So we already seen that this particular thing is required for your ITSM plus charm, right? So because both of them uses kind of the business partner BP concept, which is this is a T code itself. That's where we generate the BP business partners. So these two modules works on this CRM. That's why if you remember, to launch the charm cockpit, you use the T code SM underscore CRM, right? This is the T code and that's why the Wave UI is launched for this CRM, wherein you can, create the normal change, urgent change, or whatever is defined as per your project need. That's why. So when you add on these particular things, so there are some roles which are related to CRM add-on related, and which supports these CRM roles control these functionalities. So because charm is again used by many people, right? Non-technical people as well, like project manager, test developer, right? Then IT basis and the approvers, whoever is the change management control, you can say somewhere what we call generally like change advisory board, CAB. So there are different roles, and for that you have to control through the roles delivered under these add-on, and understand the contents inside that, what are and how those are controlled at different support people and the business partners under that. There are certain roles which comes like you do the reporting, right? So data warehouse under BW component. There are many reports are being generated under solution manager. So as a part of these, all the roles related with the reports are getting, coming into your system, and you have to little bit understanding about what all roles are there in terms of reporting, right? So there are many BW reporting roles. So again, when you open the launch pad, right, what you call them as a launch pad. So they are here different work centers, menu, link, and there are a lot other things. So you have something UI related roles are also delivered over here that you have to check and see. And then likewise, if say for example, if you are adding a third party add-on, so they have something as a role also they are provided as a part of this package, and then that third party tool access will only work for someone if you assign the newly introduced third party related roles and all. So what I mean to say that across each of these basis components that you see, there are certain roles and for different functionalities and understanding. So and our solution manager is ABAP plus Java. So we have some Java based role as well. So we have to check like what all roles are in what we call them as a UME, right? User Management Engine. So you have to understand like what all roles are there to control the Java based, like what are the major thing you deal with the SLD, then another thing that you deal with CA intro scope, right? So there are certain Java roles which are delivered and that you assign the user under that term. Like in ABAP, you have user maintenance SU01. So in Java, our user maintenance is. So yeah, there are various roles and things and category requests for this, and we have to you have to navigate through, and they are there in the different naming conventions, and you have to get familiar with all those naming convention and details, and then as and when need, you have to take the steps towards that. Hi.
Yeah, I mean, can you see the raise of hands or something during the call? I mean, when you're taking the session?
When I'm in Teams window, then I can see. But say, for example, if I'm in the here, I do not have visibility. Or here,
even when you go in remote desktop. So,
no, not here. Here is completely off.
okay. But I don't know, but there should be some way, I think. Maybe anyone else can help out.
Yeah, because when you are sharing the whole screen, it makes sense, right? And you're out of the Teams window. So, and Microsoft Teams should be intelligent enough because they have lots of stuff. And anyway, we can figure it out. Some expert can help us in that regard. Okay, so we were discussing about, we see something here. And then there are end users, as we are saying, like, am I audible? Just say once.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. So, like we have seen the administration part and all configuration and all, and there are some end users wherein definitely they would need something that has to be checked through, right? And as well. So for that, they have SAP delivers lots of composite roles with technical name ending. We can do some search here based on their segregation of duties, right? So there are many for different purposes like BI, business process related, composite role, change manager. Here you see the whole set of charm roles: administrator, manager, configuration, developer, operator, release manager, requester, tester. Yeah, depending on the usage, you can pick up these end user roles, again, copy into your customer namespace and start using them. So yeah, so there are some end user roles which are delivered, and these are the basic user types like business users and technical users, which are related with the system, internal communications, RFCs mainly, and a remote system, which are there for the connectivity. Again, that's nothing but the RFCs, right? Initial admin user, that's you, like basis administrator, solvent setup and all. We have business role. We have already covered like add-on specific roles are there. Many of them: CRM, BW reporting, solution manager. We have Launchpad, Fiori Launchpad functions in SAP that you have seen. So they are tiles and work centers roles. Yeah, so multi-level separation and segregation of duties are there, and that is required. We have single and composite roles. So let's talk about a little bit of the authorization concepts, in terms of the basic authorization concepts that we see in SAP ABAP authorization. Okay. So here, whenever you get to know about like how these, we basically we assign roles to the user, right? And that's how their functionality starts working. Somebody comes and complains that my authorization access are not working and it's failing. Then you come back to the role content and see what all roles are there, what needs to be changed, what granular level objects are missing. So how the whole end-to-end user to role to the profile to the authorization object, and then few technical terminologies are there. So we will have to understand how these are segregated. So the top level entities that you see in this authorization concept is nothing but authorization object class. Okay. Then we have authorization object. Then we have what we call them authorization. Then we have authorization profile. Then we have role. And in the end, we have user. Okay. So users. So these, whatever that you see here, all these exactly as it is, these are the technical naming nomenclature. So all of these, and this is like the hierarchy. There is, say for example, so we have to understand like what relates to what. So the top entity is authorization object class. This is nothing but a grouping of group of what? Authorization object. Okay. So say, for example, here we have authorization object. There are two sets of authorization objects. Authorization objects is nothing but that something that starts with S underscore something related to the module, each component depending on that. So say, for example, very first authorization object, when you launch the SAP home screen and launch any transaction code, which SAP goes and checks into the table is S underscore T codes. If you do not have this authorization object, you cannot launch any T code. So this is the basic authorization object. So similarly, all of the authorization object starts with S underscore something, something, something. So when you log into SAP, right here, this is SAP logon pad. And when you log in here in SAP, so there is user exit, what we call them. So you log in with your user ID and password. So this particular exit, the very first thing, goes and check and table and authenticate that whether this user is existing or not. Then first thing that is being checked. Then second thing is checked whether the credential you have used or the way it is being set up, password is correct or not. If it is not, if it is yes, then it launches your SAP homepage. And then you run T code, say for example, SU01. It goes and check this particular table, S underscore T code. So it goes and check, where does it check? It goes and check into your, you are assigned to whatever the role you are getting assigned here. These roles are assigned to your UM, what we call them as a user master record. So user master record belongs to what? User profile. So when you trigger any T code, the SAP first thing goes and check whether this SAP underscore T code is there in your user master record or not. If yes, then it further launches that SU underscore T code screen. If no, then it rejects and says that, hey, you're not authorized, right? So this is how it works. And then, so say, for example, we are just talking about one single simple S underscore T code authorization object. So all the T codes, transaction codes, belongs to certain authorization object class. We have, depending, this is nothing but, say for example, this is based on basis, this is based on module, cross apps, cross application, functional module like, FICO, SD, HMM. So this authorization object class is nothing but a grouping of T codes under this components, each component. So if you are belonging to the basis T codes, then there are certain authorization object class which are AAA, A, B, something like that. We'll get to see that. And there are cross application BC underscore A, BCA, something like that. If they are finance related module, so this is FI, then SD, and all those stuff like that. So the T codes, so so what end user actually executes is the T code, and the T code is tagged to the authorization object, which is S underscore T code. So depending on what T code, which module T code you are using, if you are using basis, then S underscore T code and related all other transaction codes. So all these authorization objects belongs to that basis group, whatever it is, authorization object class. Okay. If there are some other modules, T codes you are using, so there are multiple hundreds of authorization object combination depending on the control level of access. So they belong to something, say for example, FI module. there are similarly some other things which belongs to the SD module. So authorization object class is nothing but a bundle of authorization objects. Okay. Now this authorization object contains two things, what we call them as field and values. And these two things combined is called authorizations. So S underscore T code is having some field or values. Okay. So field is nothing but what is the description. There could be one field or multiple field. And what is the value against that? So say, for example, in this case, S underscore T code authorization object. So S underscore T code authorization was the field is called TCD. And under this field is called TCD. So under this T code, say, for example, now you are executing SU01. So you have to, under S underscore T code, you have to maintain the field TCD. The value, what is the value? SU01. Likewise, whatever the T codes that you are dealing with. So this is nothing. The field and values are called the authorizations, and these field and values belongs to what? Multiple of authorization object. These are tagged to the authorization object. Multiple. Similarly, here there are many other fields and values, hundreds of fields and corresponding values. Activities are there, change, display, create. So all of these either belong to one of these authorization object, all of these. Now, these authorizations are contained in whatever you can see the profiles, right? The profile T hyphen something, S hyphen something. You can have your own custom profile, whatever Z or Y as well. If you do not want to opt SAP generated defaults, you can put in your own custom profile name, and then you can generate the profile, populate all the values there. So all these authorization, which are there, nothing but the field and values, they are pushed into this profile, whatever the profile that you are creating, TS or GXYZ, whatever. So the profile is again container of what? Authorization. This itself is nothing but the container of this. There is certain limitation of profiles that how many authorization counts that can contain. There is a limitation, some 1,000 or something plus that. Again, there is a limitation that how many profiles you can push into, assign into user master record. There is a limitation. So, but then it's large enough that your organization can accommodate that space, room space has been given. So these authorization profiles, now see the directions here. All authorization objects belongs to the authorization class. The authorization belongs to what? Object. And these authorization are then, generated into the authorization profile. And these authorization profiles are tagged to the role. That whatever the role that you create, these are tagged to the role. Role 1, 2, whatever you create. And then you assign this particular role to the user, say for example, right? So user is able to execute SU01 here. So first thing first, what happens? This login happens, then SAP goes and check S underscore T code, this authorization object, and goes and check this TCD value is there under your user master record via this profile, via this role, and under your user master record or not. So that's how, this is one example, and that's how the whole hierarchy and authorization things for other modules as well. There are hundreds and hundreds of authorization object authorization. So these two and this one as well. So here is the grouping of the objects, right? So this number would be less, maybe in hundreds. This objects could be in, thousands, and this could be in multi-thousands. So of technical objects. I'm talking about technical objects. So the whole thing goes like this, and that's when you are successfully able to access something there. So the direction and profiles and things. So this again, authorization profile is again a lower level container which contains the authorization, what fields and values under that the authorization object. And role is again another highest level container wherein you have, which contains the authorization profile. So either you assign the role to the user, or you can directly assign the profile to the user in the user master. What user needs is these fields and values and authorization object. And these two technical objects are checked while you do the transactions here, but these are not checked. These are just the classification that, hey, you guys belongs to which organization basis. This belongs to FI. So these are just for the classification grouping purposes. This has no role in the access or technical things intervention, but these two, object and authorization, are the two core object technical things, the building blocks of the authorization access. So with that, but directly assigning profile to the user is not a practice that we never do. There are certain things that SAP delivers not as a role, but directly as a profile, like SAP _all new S.A _T for transport management and stuff like that. There are many profiles SAP delivers for different purposes. So let's have a quick check into the system here, what we were just talking about. Let's say, for example, we are talking about this one. Yeah, pick up any, say, for example, this one. So this is the role which is assigned to, so the role that you assign here in user maintenance screen, SU01, this is the role that you assign. And this whole SU01 is nothing but user master record. User master record is like this user is having the address data, logon data, all certain defaults, then role, what roles are being assigned. And each role, whatever the role that you define or assign over here, automatically the corresponding profile gets populated here. Okay. So here you see there are so many roles, and then these are automatically assigned. And this profile is nothing but the in-house's authorizations and authorization object with the field and values. So the whole set of these things are called user master records, right? UMR that we have seen. Every information about the user that we see over there. And combination of all these tabs and all these data, user data, and whatever you see, logon data, roles, these are stored in ABAP tables, right? So an ABAP table is nothing but a database table, right? So they are database, because we have to go one step back, maybe clear this frame. So, right, SAP system, right? So SAP system is nothing but we have multiple SAP instances plus exactly one database. So, and then this database is hosted again, and all of these we have underlying OS platform, right? So we have different tables here and ABAP tables which goes and sits into the database schema, and their data and things residing over here. But the table structures and everything that belongs to the dictionary, and which are, when you access certain table, say for example UMR data, we are talking about user master record, right? So name and address and role, all these information are sitting in certain table, and the data is stored in that particular table and into the SAP database files, right? So that's how this thing is. I'm just trying to say here is we have user master related tables. There are hundreds of US tables that you see that in-houses user master record, logon data, address data. There are many other things that you see, and there should be all of these. So all of these tables that you see here, user master authorization, let's see what's. So you see all these, the raw data, technical data are sitting here, all the user names, and all those modification dates, and their the first name, last name, what client and all. So when we call this particular table, this is coming from what? The database. And the data resides in the database, and it is faced into, the memory, and then it is displayed here in the table level. So yeah, so all these belongs to the different tables and all. And so here, okay, we were talking about the user master record. So this is the user master record. Now, we also talked about this particular role is nothing but authorization profiles, right? So this is the authorizations. We are talking about authorizations, right? Which is nothing but field and values and authorization object. So the whole authorization things and, actual content of the authorization field values and authorization object belongs to this authorization tab. So if you display that, and if you'll see here, so here you see these are the authorization object class. Okay, these are the authorization object class. So these are the class definition, like cross application, basis, central, solution manager. If you have some other modules like HR, then there'll be HR authorization class, SD, FI, all of them. So, and under this authorization object class, that it's gone. There is a authorization object. So this is object class, this is an object. We talked about S_T code. And under this authorization object, there are fields, which is nothing but TCD, and these all are values under these fields. So your access rights, what level of granular level of access you will have, that is controlled by this one. So there are various kinds of field wherein you have the activities. Say, for example, here you will have, right? Here you see there are a lot of things. So in this authorization object, we have so many fields. So it's just like logical grouping, how many, so that you can control the whole access part. So here you have multiple fields, and then you have activity like, create, change, display, and so on. So that if you remove the 01 activity number from here, so under this T code, under this authorization, whatever the T codes are there, you cannot create under that T code. So what I mean to say is this object class, then authorization object, and then fields, and these are the values. So this contains the nothing but authorization. You generate these into the authorization profile. Okay, let's quickly take an example here how you generate that. So we are just trying to create one role. So here, this is the change, this is display for the existing role. You can create single role and then technical role, first thing first. And then you put some descriptions here, Solomon setup, T code, so for example. So basic configuration. So here is the description. Generally what we do is, it's a bit better if you have done in the past or something. You maintain the logs here, documentation, for if you are creating something. Say, for example, date is 25, whatever that, 25/08/23. So this date you are creating, give some reference, created for demo purpose or something. But in actual business scenario, you are working on some incident tickets or something, give some ticket reference here and maintain it, so that in the future, for somebody comes or you or anybody, it will be quick, recap of what has changed. So the first thing first, you have to save the role first name, and then maybe depending on what practices you have in your different customer landscape, you can opt to create one folder so that understand by the role name what is there inside, and then you can start pushing, adding the T codes over here, Solomon setup. So the moment you assign this particular T code here, you see the authorizations are not maintained. It's like completely red. I have just added it. At this point, I save it and then assign it to the user. The user will not be able to access this. So this is the description, but you can display it. Where is that? Okay. So, but this because you have just added this T code to the role, but you have not generated the profile, because the access, the whole authorization object and field and values are contained in the authorization profile, that is must. So now if you come here you have provision to give your whatever, Z, X, Y, ABC, 0, 1, 2, 3. There's a character limitation. And you can provide the description here, but generally we don't do that. Whatever the SAP generated thing is there, you can generate automatically, or SAP generates it in their format. So now here you come and go into the change mode, and I don't know what authorization class, so it's always best practice that you can display the technical names so that you understand what all authorization class and objects are. So there are traffic lights here. This is green, which is already maintained. S_T code already assigned, green. You have, and then you will have to make sure under this everything is green. Whatever the yellow traffic lights are there, you will have to maintain them or either inactivate them so that it becomes not usable. But for the active authorization object, these are the open authorization. You have to either close it or you have to maintain it. So let's say, for example, I'm not sure what is the requirements and all, so I'll go ahead and blindly give the full authorization here. So I'll give the full authorization here. But all these things, again, if you are into security, you have to maintain accordingly. But for a basis consultant here right now, since SAP delivers all these things pre-configured, you simply have to come here, copy the SAP role in your namespace. So all the contents are copied here. And whatever you will see, you have to save and generate it so that you don't have to maintain all these things. These are the botheration who are dealing into the SAP security area from the business point of view. So they have to, work with the business for all these field and values. What are that relevant field and values are there? So here I can give the full authorization here as well. So now all the nodes are green. So you can save it. So the moment you save it, it automatically picks up one SAP profile, and then here you see there is candy, right? So that particular position you can generate, the profile is updated. So all of these authorization class, object, fields, values are now pushed into this profile, and this profile is tagged to this role. So this role is now ready to be used with the user. You can assign to any user. And say, for example, you come here, go into the change mode, and then assign it and save it. So here, if you go back and display this role back, you will see the user field is also green now because currently there is no users assigned. And I have done the assignments here. So if I go back and display this role, I see it's green, and which is that user is now assigned. Okay, so these are some basic understanding. I try to just give the brief understanding around if someone is just starting and many of you are already working on these. So these are some, for many of you are just many years we have seen this. So, so these are the authorization concepts and profiles. So whatever the roles or something you comes, you simply, we are talking about this one, right? Pick up one role which has, say, for example, let's take one example here. Okay, so this is good candidate. So whenever these roles are delivered, so say, for example, this one, you have to first copy this one in your namespace. Say, for example, so I have copied this into this namespace, copy all, and new composite role created. So you see here the pop-up saying that do you want to copy the single roles as well as assign them to it. So we just want to copy them, and we do not want to assign them as of now. So we would like to copy all of the users, the single roles into that. So this is just saying that you will come across this error because both things like copying and user assignments are already they are saying. So because you are assigning the same thing to the user in terms of copied role, which is the main SAP role is already there. So it is saying the underlying single roles are already assigned to the user, already exist. So here you see you have copied it all the roles, but you just copied the composite role name, but underlying single roles are not copied. Okay. So this is a little cumbersome task, like you have to go to each role and then copy into your namespace, generate the profile, and then you generally make a copy of all of these in your customer namespace and then assign it back. Remove all the SAP standard roles here. So that's how you do. That's a little lengthy process, but you have to do that. So we were talking about, under that role, this one. Yeah, so here you see the authorization profiles are not maintained. So what we will do is we will be now copying this one, the single roles. Okay, so single roles has been copied now, but their authorization value would be still as it is. Maintain the documentation. You don't have to do anything here. Now come here and you have to generate the profile. See, all these are already maintained, but you have to push all these fields and values to the profile, whatever contained here. So we have to generate the profile here and then push it into there. Now you'll see this profile and this thing is now usable. So say for example, why I'm saying this is, say for example, you have simply copied this role, right, and assigned this to user. Since this is a composite role, where is that? So this is a composite role, but underlying the single roles profiles are not generated. It will not work. So you'll unnecessarily break your head. So best practice is that copy of each of the content which are there lying here in the each individual single roles and then assign it to the composite role. So we created here the first. Now we are creating a composite role. This is nothing, as we discussed, this is nothing but a container. Maintain the documentation and simply come here and then assign that particular one or many roles and then save it. If you have multiple roles to be assigned to a user, then you create a composite role and then assign multiple single roles to the composite role and then assign it to the user. So so that was the part that we wanted to cover here in compose authorization, users, configuring authorization for SM setup. So SM setup, I mean, just display what is that. So if you don't know under which authorization object class that particular SM setup authorization object is there, so you can simply go ahead and find it here, authorization object. So this is under SM authorization object class, and then here's the authorization object. And we have, these are the authorization fields, what all activities are there. So we have change, display, archive, export. So this is the change mode for this is the full authorization. And you can have a selective, you can control here with the selective configuration item for which you want to provide the change access to. So SM setup, we see this is the core authorization object which is needed for solution manager setup here that we are talking about, Solman setup. And you have to elevate or, downgrade the access level accordingly under that authorization object. So any questions? Good. All right, so we can move to the next topic here. Okay, so let's quickly, all of you, that's too much of content, and also let's quickly do everybody logging into the system, remote server, and quickly do this exercise, and we'll, quickly check on that. So here is the lab activity, which is saying like assign administrator roles to user in SAP Solution Manager. So log in with your whatever corresponding user ID that is assigned in Solution Manager system, and then go to SU01 and the transaction code SM_1 cannot be called because of basis performed. Okay. So in SU01, the maintain user tab roles, you do one thing.
Since we are not authorized to use the transaction SU01.
And PFCG, can you quickly check?
Even the PFCG also not working.
Okay, that's great. Let me quickly fix that. I've just shared the system. Can you see the system? Yeah, okay. Can you see my screen, right? in the system?
Yes.
Okay. So let me quickly find. So this is one tool that we use, SWIM, right? SUIM. And I'm just trying to find what all roles are there, which is containing these three codes, right? SU01 and PFCG. Let's see. Okay, I think this is the good role. Let's do that mass maintenance. Can someone tell what is the user IDs up till what? It's starting with 2 until what?
16.
16. How many? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Now I lost it. Anyone remember what was that role name? User. I think this one was that. So the reason I think they were not provided, I'm not sure, but yeah, let's try to practice or see what all things are here. So I'll just save it. All of them are. Now you can try. Is it working now? Yeah. This is the three things you have to do. So create whatever is your user ID 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 16 corresponding to your actual user ID. Create a test user ID test your number, and then you just maintain that this test user belongs to first name. You can put your user ID, what is there. Then copy, see here, the number 2 role. The number 2 user will be using this. Number 16 user will be using this particular role. Copy below role to your Z underscore ZT underscore your number 2 to 16 colon this as it is SAP name, and then assign that whatever your corresponding number roles, GT roles after copying to your Z test user belonging to your number. Okay. Let's quickly, in 5 minutes, let's quickly finish that. Okay.
Possible, could you please explain again?
Yeah, sure. So you have to create one user. What is your number?
My number is 6.
6. So what you do is, number 1, you create gtest06 user ID.
Okay.
SU01. Okay.
Okay.
And then 6 is your number, then this is your role, right? Number 6.
Okay.
Then copy this role into what is that? GT06 colon and this role name. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Create a custom role, and then in 3 in SU01 assign role this one to user this one. Get that clear? And let me know when quickly we are done. It will not take much more time, just 3 steps. Done? Everybody's done? Okay. I think many of them are already done. Okay, what is that? Let's quickly check. Yeah, well, quickly, what is that? G test 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, so these were the user IDs, right? You guys have created. 2, 3, 6. Okay, there are many few. Oh, let's see the roles. I don't see the G role copied and created, except for here. You didn't have to assign all of the roles. Okay, so I think this user created assign all the SAP standard role. The exercise was not done. There is no G role created. Only I see here the number 6. What is that? Number 6 is also not followed. Yes. So this is what G12 to G test composite role copy, and then, have to assign it. So yeah, I think probably many of you did not follow that, what we are trying to achieve that part of exercise. So you have to create one test user ID. You created many of you. Then you have to copy your number roles into Z roles, and then assign the newly created G composite role to your test user ID. And yeah. Okay, then maybe when you get time, you can check on that. That's okay. Can you see my screen here right now? I'll take quickly, 5 minutes and then conclude. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, let's quickly take this assessment. What is the primary purpose of user authentication in SAP system? Assigning roles, authorizing transaction, ensuring data consistency, verifying user identity.
Verifying.
Yes. Authentication means you are verifying something. When you first log into the SAP system, it goes and check in the kernels of the SAP and then says, that user exit and say whether this user exists in the context or not. So verifying. Okay. Which of the following defines the actions a user is allowed to perform within an SAP system? User groups, profiles, roles, authorization.
Roles.
The actions. Say, for example, somebody can display it, somebody can change it, somebody can create it.
Authorization.
Yes, authorizations. The innermost part of the authorization is nothing but again field and values. The role is again container. You don't know there are a number of things, but you cannot control at that granular entity level. So what action is being created? Authorization. In SAP, what is the function of a role? It defines the layout of the user interface. It groups together a set of authorizations. It specifies the database schema for a user. It determines the user's login credential.
Option 2, I think.
It groups together a set of authorizations.
Yeah, right. So authorization, it groups together. It's nothing but a folder or container for the authorization groups and all. In S/4HANA, what type of user is responsible for system administration tasks? End user, dialog user, service user, system user.
System user.
No, that's then again, I forgot to mention the user type, because the system user, you cannot log in the SAP
Service user, service user. Service user.
So service user is the right answer. Correct. The system user for the internal TMS or all those stuff that you do. So basically, we can administrative tasks is done by the service user, so that it doesn't prompt for passwords, right? Change whatever you see. So as a dialog user, it asks you to change the password in the first login. As service user, you can use the initial password set by the administrator. It doesn't ask for the prompt for the password change. So that's why. What is the purpose of composite role in SAP? To combine multiple users into a single role, to provide basic system access to all users, to group together multiple roles for a user, or to grant administrative privilege to user.
Group together multiple roles.
Correct. We have seen that one, right? So multiple role. Again, composite role, nothing but a container which contains multiple roles. I think this one, you have done it. So SAP's transition code is used to assign roles to user. Which one?
SU01.
Yes. So you're right. All of ABC, except for D is something. SU21 is something that authorization, objects are there on the field and values. So SU10 is mass maintenance. You can assign the roles to the user. PFCG, there is a provision, right? There is a tab where you can see the users. You can indirectly assign it, and from there. But that's not the practice that you do. Either you use SU01 or mass maintenance. You use SU10. Which of the following describes the principle of least privilege in SAP authorization design? Users have no authorization until explicitly requested. Users are given the maximum authorization by default. Users are assigned only the authorization necessary for their task. Users share a common set of authorization.
Option C?
Yes. Users assigned only the authorization necessary for their task. So it's as granular as you can do that is possible in that particular task. So that kind of privilege you can do. In Solomon, which type of user is responsible for configuring and managing the system? Developer, business, technical, solution manager user. So you can say it's a little confusing. You can say we have a Solomon admin solution manager user that we use for. It's a little confusing. Which SAP role is typically assigned to basis administrator for managing the technical aspects of the system?
What is the answer for solution manager? User responsible for configuring?
Solution manager user.
Okay.
Which the ninth one? Which SAP role is typically assigned to? These are not roles but profiles. SAP All, SAP New, SAP Super, SAP Basis, and then it's a basis. But I mean you can say you assign the full access and then you take it off or something like that. But there is no specific answer you can say like. But to answer it's SAP Basis. What is the purpose of authorization object in SAP's authorization concept? It defines the characteristics of a user. It represents a single authorization check. It groups together multiple roles. It specifies the user's login credentials. Authorization check, or authorization object, purpose of that authorization concept. Okay, so authorization. Sorry?
I think it's answer all of the.
No. You have to break it to the level, right? Authorization object we have seen, right? When you log into any, just trigger that you execute any T code. The first thing it goes and check what the authorization object S underscore T code. So any authorization object represents a single authorization check that happens into your user master record profile. So it represents a single authorization check under that. Because when you are saying the technical entity, very inner object, authorization object, then it doesn't define the characteristic of the user. It doesn't groups multiple roles. Login credential is not controlled by the authorization object, right? So yeah, it's B, which is single authorization checks. All right. Yeah, thank you. And thank you very much.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the recommended approach for implementing Solution Manager 7.2 for S/4HANA? Option A, dual stack installation only. Option B, ABAP only stack installation. Option C, Java only stack installation. Option D, hybrid cloud deployment. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing SAP systems? Our SAP Solution Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Solution Manager. It's like a smart helper for keeping your SAP setup running smoothly and safely. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tools. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been working in SAP for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Solution Manager Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.